go to the sheet events in the UK agricultural calendar. Then Briggs, Toby Watley. Good morning. Hello and welcome to Agriconnect TV. We're here at the NEC in Birmingham for LAMMA 24. I'm Cliff Dare, and over the next couple of days we'll be bringing you live interviews and highlights from across the show, featuring some of your favourite exhibitors and industry leaders. LAMMA is now in its 42nd year, and since 2019 has been held here at the NEC. The show originated in Lincolnshire in 1982 and was initially known as the Lincolnshire Agricultural Machinery Manufacturers Association. At that first LAMMA show, we had 51 exhibitors. Here, today, in 2024, we have the privilege of welcoming 644 exhibitors to the NEC, the largest number ever for a LAMMA show. This year, 95 of those exhibitors are here for the first time, helping to continue to make LAMMA the biggest and best agricultural machinery show in the UK and one of the largest in Europe. Our live Agriconnect TV concept is groundbreaking. It's the first time that there's been a live broadcast from the LAMMA show, which is really exciting for us all here at Agriconnect. So we can hope you can join us and the 35,000 other visitors over the next 2 days coming here to the NEC. In total, we're occupying 11 halls, so there's plenty to see and do at LAMMA 24. And we plan on bringing you a flavour of what you can expect at the show here on Agriconnect TV. Here's a sneak peek at what we have in store for you today and tomorrow on Agriconnect TV. We will be broadcasting each day between 10 AM and 3 PM. If you're visiting us in person, the show itself closes today at 5:30 and is open tomorrow between 8:30 and 4:30. Entry is free. Simply register at lammashow.com. As I mentioned, LAMMA 24 is taking place here at the NEC in Birmingham, and getting to the show couldn't be any easier. Whether you choose to travel via car, train or even plane, the NEC caters for everything. If you're joining us in person, be sure to look out for our studio above the Agriconnect stand here in Hall 9. However, if you're not here in person, you can join us live on Agriconnect TV via lammashow.com and visit the LAMMA Show YouTube channel, or you can watch us through the Agriconnect app, which is available on all good app stores, both Android and iOS. Now, to officially welcome you all to LAMMA 24 and kick off proceedings here on Agriconnect TV, I'm now joined by Ben Briggs, Group Publisher and Editor-in-Chief of Farmers Guardian, and Toby Watley, Head of Machinery and Farm Technology at Farmers Guardian. Good morning, gentlemen. Ben, if I may start with you, can you please tell the viewers what they can expect to see this week here at LAMMA 24?
Yeah, well, quite simply, LAMMA is the biggest and best machinery show in the UK. It's got an unrivalled overview of British agricultural machinery and machinery from around the world, and we're at record numbers in terms of registrations for visitors to the event. I was on the train on the way down from the north of England this morning. It was wall-to-wall showfuls, dealer booths, the agricultural community out in force, and it's just great to see. And even at this early stage in the morning, we can look out here from the Agriconnect stand and just see that it's just filling up wonderfully. And really, it's a crucial time for British agriculture, and I think it's key that what we showcase here is really relevant for the farming community.
So Toby, this is the go-to machinery event for the UK agricultural community?
Yeah, so definitely it's the biggest show of its type in the UK for machinery. As you've covered before, the number of halls and the number of exhibitors, it is the number one place in terms of the quantity and the diversity of machinery here as well. But not just traditionally LAMMA was, it's 42 years ago it was arable machinery from Lincolnshire, but actually we've got machinery here from all aspects of agriculture, and then diversifications into things like forestry.
So if you're coming to the show today for the first time, what can you expect to see?
So we've got some really nice sort of like key features to see in terms of products. So we've got the world's largest production tractor, so that's the quad track on the case stand, the largest ever combine that New Holland have manufactured, and then we've got two new high horsepower tractors from Valtra and Massey to see on the stand itself.
So new innovations, new machines, something that LAMMA I think prides itself in. Anything else that really draws your eye?
think for me it's some of the cutting edge technology you're going to see kind of dotted about throughout all the halls here at the NEC in Birmingham, because it is a crucial time for agriculture in terms of moving forward. We've got the removal of BPS and everything else like that. We need to be more efficient, but we're also on the cusp of a kind of technological revolution with AI and other elements of that. So you're going to see that right throughout it. You're going to also see some of the smaller companies, the likes of the banking sector, the finance, the recruitment, they're all here as well. So it really is a one-stop shop for British agriculture and the people within it.
So it's the full spectrum of the agricultural community, and I think we're going to be hearing more about the AI and its influence on farming later. We've talked a little bit about the development of LAMMA over the years, Toby. You've been coming here a long time. Tell me how the show's developed in your experience.
So I first came to LAMMA we sort of discussed this earlier, about 2008 with a manufacturer. So that was when the show was in Newark. So the history of LAMMA, it started off in Lincoln Showground, moved to Newark, moved to Peterborough, and then moved to NEC. So I joined with a manufacturer, say, in Newark, and we've seen an outdoor show that was always at the will of the weather. We always had snow or winds or frost, and it was always an aspect of LAMMA. There was always plenty of mud, and actually to move to the NEC highlights, I think, the professionalism of the industry in terms of the manufacturers. They wanted to move away from an outdoor show to a show where they could deliver the product at the professional level and the value to their brand that is important to them. And if we look around, and we've got behind us, we've got Fendt, and we've seen them, we've got stands over there. These manufacturers are not at a level of developing a basic product to a basic market. They're very technically driven, very, very fundamentals on how they work and how they function is delivered to customers at a level you would expect of any other industry, automotive, any off-highway sector. Agriculture is really there saying we are tech, we are food production, we know what we're doing.
So food production, not agriculture, really key phrase there. And LAMMA reflects the trends in the industry as a whole, becoming perhaps more professional. That's an emotional way of putting it. But as you say, a tech business, that really interests me, and I'm sure it will lots of our viewers. Talk a little bit more about that.
So technology, I say we've seen the use of technology in agriculture expand over the last 20 years in terms of sort of basic GPS guidance to full automation, and now we're seeing the creeping input of AI, and a nice example of that is how we look at AI for weed control. So a simple technology of sprayers, we've now moved from the blanket overall spraying of plant protection products to manage disease or weeds to a technology which is using camera systems to now recognise specific weeds or specific aspects of the crop and then target chemicals just on those. And if we start to think, what does that mean for manufacturers? Well, there's a huge computing power, there's a huge technology behind that. But actually it's fundamentally a massive reduction in how we're using chemicals within food production. And I think from an industry point of view, we're looking at it from a cost, effectively a cost centre, because we're using a lot less product. But actually from a buyer's or a consumer's point of view, British agriculture is still at the forefront of delivering the safe food and the quality food that we would expect and we promote. But actually we're delivering it with not just husbandry but technology as well.
So Ben, we've heard about technology, we've heard about AI. That will be a theme that runs through the show without a doubt. But lots of viewers, myself included, boys and girls love big bits of kit, and my word, have we got some big bits of kit here. So what's caught your eye so far in terms of new equipment?
Well, I think, Toby and I were out at the German machinery show, Agriconnect, at the end of last year, and I think that really showed to us, didn't it, that bigger is often better in the context of agricultural machinery. So you've got the likes of Fendt behind us, you've got all these other big manufacturers here. And I think what's really interesting for me is that if we look around the hall we're in, just the size of the sprayers on show, and I think that's really indicative of the fact that in agriculture now we are doing far more with actually less people involved. The technology, the scale of the machinery has gone to such a level that really it is representative of the fact that we've got less kind of manpower actually on farms around the UK, and we are doing much more with less. So, Toby, what are your highlights in terms of the big kit?
Well, we sort of touched on this earlier. So, far end of the show, we've got New Holland's biggest ever combine they've made.
CR11. We've got a feature on that later.
There you go. Yeah, so we'll cover that later. But one of the things which was interesting from it is if you're listening to what the manufacturer's saying, is they go, we haven't made this because it needs to be the biggest. We've made it because we actually need to harvest grain at the cheapest possible value, i.e. the amount, pounds per hectare in terms of harvest will be attained the lowest cost of the harvester. And the other side of it was them saying, actually, the cleanliness and the quality of the grain that is being cleaned by it is now at a level that 10 years ago you wouldn't believe a machine to do it. But that ability to clean and deliver that product has been driven by effectively the machine setting itself up based on information, not the operator.
We touched on the workforce aspects of this, and these amazing pieces of kit and equipment are very, very expensive. And one of the features we've got later today is about the role of contractors, and we're speaking to the NAAC who represent contractors. This is clearly a trend that's here to stay in farming, because someone who just contracts can use that piece of equipment all the time, rather than a landowner or operator who can only use it occasionally. And I think that trend is probably going to grow. I don't know whether that's something you would agree with, Ben?
Yeah, and I think, during my tenure at Farmers Guardian over the past 13 years, I think that's been one of the really noticeable things, actually. It's just the scale of a lot of these farms. And if you look at it now, we're in an era where the basic payment scheme is reducing quite significantly. You've seen a lot of those kind of middle ground farms come onto the market, and ultimately they're going to be subsumed by their larger neighbours. So therefore you're going to have a thing where you've got one person farming a larger acreage, so they might facilitate that via contractors or do it themselves if they're a larger estate. So I think it really is kind of representative of where farming is going, but also I think the popularity of the event, the fact that we have record registrations for it, the fact that we've got all these people here in Birmingham does show that there is a real appetite and a real desire within agriculture to see what is there. We do have an engaged workforce, it's just one that's changing, and I think that's where LAMMA really fits into it, is kind of showcasing this machinery, but also in a really practical way.
Well, we touched on earlier when you were talking about workflows and land use, is that when LAMMA started, there were a lot of full-time farmers. And actually we're seeing, where this is reflected in Europe, particularly France, we have a lot of part-time farmers. Now that doesn't change their ability to be a farmer, but what it does is change how they run their business and the type of machinery they use. Because they have a full-time job, doesn't really matter what it is, but actually the amount of land they farm, be it arable, be it livestock, becomes completely practically part-time, and they will look at technology, they'll look at machinery, they'll look at systems of doing it, being remote or having to do a lot more in a smaller period of time, or using contractors, which is something I certainly will talk about later. But that's that breakdown.
Just an interesting point there. Our vocabulary is using words that we wouldn't have done 10 or 15 years ago. So we're talking about agribusiness, we're talking about tech, we're talking about hobby farmers to part-time farmers, and I think that reflects broader trends. And one of the points you made earlier, Toby, was about the sort of food tech and the food industry, and I think that farming has sort of recognised some of the macro changes in society, and it's lovely to see LAMMA is absolutely at the forefront of that. And I wonder if you have any sort of lasting thoughts on where the next 10 years of LAMMA takes us.
The next 10 years will definitely be autonomy, definitely be looking at changing the amount of machines we use for the food we produce, and also machines and use of land which is a lot more resilient to weather changes.
Yeah, so I smiled at the thought of the shows being held outside, because it wouldn't be a farming related show if you didn't have all 4 seasons before midday. Let's talk, we're clearly massively engaged and fascinated by this, and visitors to the show, both online and here in person, can get involved with some of our LAMMA Live seminars. Ben, this is a new thing for us this year. Tell us a little bit about what people can expect to see from those seminars.
Yeah, so LAMMA Live is born out of some zones we had last year called LAMMA Talks. So we got fantastic engagement on them last year. So over 2 days there's going to be a series of seminars, series of debates. And we had one, we've got some coming up today looking at carbon farming with Agriconnect, which is a really cutting edge area of the industry. They were absolutely jam-packed. last year, because people want to know about information around carbon sequestration, how that can aid their business. You know, we've got a fantastic mental health hub tomorrow with the Farming Community Network. We've got things looking at trade and development in Africa with the Department for Business and Trade. So these are really kind of looking into those macro issues that are affecting the industry, and we've got leading experts and also facilitators from Farmers Guardian as well.
I'm fascinated to see the slot on mental health, and we've got a piece in the studio on it as well. This is a subject really close to my heart, and traditionally farming has a bad rap in terms of mental health, and the fact that we collectively as an industry are waking up to that and looking to deal with it is really important. In a former life, I was in the military, and very similarly, people don't like to talk about how they're feeling, and you know there have been in the last 10 years some really big changes to sort of get people to recognise that being not okay is okay. Toby, you've got a seminar as well, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, so today, 3 o'clock, we're looking at a discussion on agricultural trailers on the public highway. Now, the pretense being is that if you look around the show, the capacity and size of machinery here, which is regularly used, will often exceed the legal limits of what can go on the road, and there's a bit of a grey area between what agriculture does and what legislation said it can do. And what I want is to invite anyone to come and talk about this, because there is no right or wrong answer, but as an industry we need to discuss and have an idea about the next 10 years when we're looking at vehicles which are the weight, the size and the capacity of a truck. Do we really want that driven by someone on a car licence without any sort of testing? And that's what I'm looking for the views on.
Yeah, and that's really interesting, because that does tie back into that kind of safety debate around agriculture. We have the worst safety record of any industry in this country in terms of on-farm death and serious injury. And I think that, you know, making sure that our operators are properly equipped to be able to drive those tractors with those large trailers on is absolutely key. I mean, my kids have a thing if we go past a farmer with a large trailer or a slurry tanker on, and they'll go, "Oh, look, Dad, the driver of that tractor wasn't on the phone," because it's so often that they see them. And I think, you know, as an industry, with the scale of the kit we've got on show here at LAMMA, we need to be really aware of how we're perceived, and therefore, you know, kind of our interaction with the wider
Ben,
public.
that's an absolutely fascinating point. And you know, it's a Daily Mail moment for me. You know, a lot of people, their only interaction with farming is the food on their shelves, but they see that really as the supermarket rather than the producer. It's when they're on the roads and they're seeing often contractors in big trailers driving around at what are seen as crazy speeds. And I think it's incredibly responsible to have that seminar. And once again, I think it's LAMMA leading the way for the industry, and that's amazing. So, changing the sort of tone slightly, I was surprised, yes, fascinated, yes, to hear about the UK's first ever farming simulator tournament is happening here. Now, gents, I don't know which of you would like to take that first, but are you a big gamer, Ben?
At the age of 41, no, I am not. But I am. We have Farming Simulator here. We have one of the European Championships of Farming Simulator being hosted here. And again, I mean, sometimes if I find myself in a non-agricultural setting, say I'm taking the kids swimming or whatever it might be, you see some of the others who are waiting for their siblings, and they're on the Nintendo Switch playing on Farming Simulator, and these are kids from non-farming backgrounds. So what I think Farming Simulator has done, even though I'm not the biggest gamer in the world, it has really taken our industry out of agriculture and into the public domain. And I think it ties in with some of the other stuff that we're going to be talking about around jobs in agriculture and careers in the industry, that actually, weirdly, Farming Simulator is a great showcase of the tech that farming has to offer, and it's brilliant that they're here at LAMMA this week.
I'm not sure it is weird, actually, because when you've explained it as well as you just did, there is a direct link to the AI, to the sort of innovative approach of agribusiness to moving the industry forward. Toby, now you might be a gamer. Have you played Farming Simulator?
I can't admit to it, sorry. I mean, Ben and I are the most qualified people here to talk about the Farm Simulator. Having done a bit of research in advance, it surprised me quite dramatically on the quantity of users. Now, some headline figures are something like 25 million users. 90 million mobile downloads. So we're well over the population of Britain is using Farm Simulator. And if you think there's something like 150,000 active farmers in Britain, we have a huge pool of people that are really interested in farming with a sector which struggles to recruit into farming. So my view would be there's a huge appetite for food production. People want to use machinery. They want to experience the journey of agriculture for free because they're not being paid to use it. And that we as an industry need to recognise there is an interest and a desire in that pool of people to actually attract them to the sector. And my one sort of perhaps interest on that one would be the Farm Simulator is the remote use of machinery on a console. If we move to a world of AI, if we move to a world of autonomous machines, that actually opens up the opportunity to use machines remotely off effectively a controller. And it's done, well, you look like that, but it does work in the Australian mining industry.
It's really interesting because as you were answering, I was going to jump in and say, yes, of course, there's 90 million users because it's a game and they're sat on their sofa. But what you're actually saying is there is a direct read across, and agriculture version 6.0 could well have it not done with wellies in the mud outside, but on your sofa.
You can buy today, and in operating in the UK today, there are fully autonomous tractors. They don't have a cab, don't have an operator. They are set up. Ironically, they are controlled around the field to their setup with effectively an Xbox controller. And then that vehicle is sent off to go and do its job. And you're like, well, we're only one step away from a camera system to that person being at home.
I think the word of warning to any farming simulator user, however, is that at some point you might have to get up at 4:30 in the morning and actually milk some cows or do some whatever. And that will not be from the comfort of your own home. But I do think it is really, tech really is going in that direction. A lot of the machinery you see here can probably orientate itself around the field. So yeah, we're not too far away, are we?
That really is fascinating.
Like you hung back to the world of milking then, just to remind us that.
That's a particular sector, isn't it? But I mean, lots of other bits of agriculture, are already, significantly leaner in terms of workforce and not as time critical as milking. I mean, I speak with knowledge, and my partner's family are from a long line of dairy men and women, and get up in the middle of the night is kind of the way of that particular industry, or bit of our industry, should I say. But there's no doubt that we could have more autonomy in, for example, I'm thinking anything around a thing that's growing in the ground. So whether it is a tree for apples, you're already seeing machinery that's kind of programmed to do a lot of the work.
But even that, and I think that is the great thing about this show, is that there will be a lot of livestock technology on the show throughout it. If you think of how the dairy sector has kind of transformed itself over 20 years, going from in excess of 35,000 dairy farms to 8,000 dairy farms, but we're producing more milk. A lot of that is facilitated by technology and genetics, and I think for us as an industry it's about taking pride in that, broadcasting it to a wider audience, whether it's through Farming Simulator, whether it's through LAMMA, Farmer's Guardian or whatever. We have a fantastic industry which is at the cutting edge, but we don't always promote ourselves quite in the right way.
No, you're probably right, and there's a massive prize for the Farming Simulator tournament that's going on at the moment, and we've got a chapter of it here. So another reason, a €200,000 prize pot, is that correct?
Well, I'll be trying to dip into that later on. I'll become a farming simulator expert.
You immediately said, do we use it? And then the answer is going to be yes.
Well, it will be now, I think. Yes, exactly. We could do a lot with that 200,000.
Yes, exactly.
But not by many of these machines, I think. They're
not
still
by a proportion of some of them, I think.
So a bit like a racehorse. You can own a share in a new Massey.
We can start the finance journey on a fence with the interest rates at what they are.
But with a €200,000 down payment is delicious.
Well, gentlemen, I think that's been a fantastic opener for us here at LAMMA 24. Ben and Toby, thank you very much. It's lovely to have the team that really know an awful lot about this show, telling us what's firing them up in agriculture or agribusiness at the moment. We've got a really packed programme this morning. and we've got a series of links and a series of pieces to camera to show exactly what's been going on here. And we're going to be linking into a VT shortly, which will be showing us a little bit more about the show. But before we go to that, I would just remind you, we're here at the NEC. If you can't come down in person, then lammashow.com has everything you need. The atmosphere is really building up here. We've already got thousands of visitors who've turned to see the latest technology at LAMMA 24. And one thing that you must do is follow hashtag LAMMA24. We're on Facebook, Instagram and X, formerly Twitter, and it's really great for people to get involved. It's now time to hear from the first of our exhibitors on Agriconnect TV, and this is going to be New Holland, and I'm really quite excited to hear more about New Holland in a minute. But before we do, we're going to ask you to get on that hashtag LAMMA24, and let's hear and see exactly where you are watching the show.
The Ranger diesel is a definition of refinement and is designed to perform to the highest standards for years to come, thanks to its impressive 3-cylinder 898cc Kubota diesel engine. Providing 24.8 horsepower and 40.8 pounds-foot of torque, it's the most powerful engine in its class. Offering a lower cost of ownership with 200 hours between service intervals, the Ranger diesel is heavy duty and built for the long haul. As on all Polaris Rangers, the diesel features true, on-demand, all-wheel drive and VersaTrack turf mode. To turn on all-wheel drive, simply flick the switch in the cab, and when more traction is needed, power is automatically sent to all four wheels. Once traction is regained, it reverts to two-wheel drive. When travelling over grass, VersaTrack turf mode can be engaged. When active, the rear differential is unlocked and power is only sent to one wheel. This means when turning, only one wheel drives whilst the other spins freely, to avoid tearing up the turf. Also installed is Polaris' smart technology, including the engine braking system with active descent control, for smoother and more controlled downhill braking on steep declines with or without a load. Built for the job at hand, the Ranger diesel has a towing capacity of 1,134 kilograms and a payload capacity of 720 kilograms. Featuring dual A-arm suspension all round with 27.9 centimeters of travel and up to 33 centimeters of ground clearance. The durable 27-inch tyres offer the smoothest ride, even when tackling the toughest of terrains. The Ranger diesel was developed and proven by the user for the user, with plenty of interior storage including 2 glove boxes, 6 cup holders and underseat storage. Seating up to 3 people with plush seats, more legroom than ever before, and electric power steering, the Ranger diesel has put comfort at the forefront of its design. The easy-to-use digital LCD display gives comprehensive information to the driver, such as vehicle speed, RPM, and a countdown timer to your next service. All Polaris engineered parts and accessories are designed and tested to the highest standards, made by the same people who design the vehicles in real-world scenarios for 100% confidence. Add cab components like a windshield, roof, rear panel, doors, and even handy accessories like a heater and defrost system to stay warm all year round. With a strong and dedicated dealer network, longer service intervals and a 2-year warranty as standard, you can always stay on the go.
Well, welcome back to LAMMA 24. The atmosphere is really building up here inside the NEC, with thousands of visitors already here to see the latest technology at LAMMA 24. Don't forget to follow us on hashtag LAMMA24 on all our social media channels. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram and X, formerly Twitter. Be sure to get involved. It's now time to hear from the first of our exhibitors on Agriconnect TV. New Holland is one of the most recognised names in agricultural equipment throughout the world. With over 125 years experience providing innovative, efficient and sustainable farming methods and solutions while supporting farmers across the globe, they really are a household name. Toby went to Hall 17 to meet up with Nigel Honeyman, combine specialist at New Holland, who will talk about their new CR11 combine here this week at LAMMA Show.
Hi, I'm on the New Holland stand here with Nigel Honeyman. Now, Nigel, you are the product specialist for harvesting products, hay products at New Holland.
Yes, I am.
And could you just tell us a little bit about what your role is at New Holland, and then a little bit about the machine behind us?
Well, primarily my role as a product specialist is looking after the machines. Everyone's looking at this CR11 and saying this is a wonderful global machine. However, every one of these machines is tailored for the specific market that they're going to. So a German unit will be slightly different to a UK unit, to a French unit. Because of legislation, Germany can't go wide. We can go a little bit wider than Germany, but other things on the combine itself that we would have in the UK that the Germans wouldn't have.
Okay, so on that, behind us, CR11, your new combine.
Yes.
This is the largest combine New Holland ever built, is that right?
Yes, it is. It's probably the most expensive project that we've ever undertaken.
Really interesting. So this machine, we were sort of talking earlier, and you're saying this machine is ground up. What percentage of this machine is new, ground up new?
95% of the parts on this machine have been created specifically for this machine.
Right, okay, so let's just as an overall beginning, just go through some of the facts and figures of this machine, just in terms of sizes, capacities. What makes this machine, CR11, say your biggest machine, what makes it different to all of the other combines in your range?
Okay, so what we've done with this machine, we're looking at what we call the pillars. What we're trying to do is drive down the overall cost of harvesting, and one of the key things here is looking at capacity. What we want with this machine is to be able to get the lowest cost per tonne, per acre, per hectare, however people are looking at that. Now that might sound a little bit bizarre, bearing in mind that this may very well be the most expensive machine ever to wear the New Holland badge. So what we've done, we've taken the rotor unit itself, we've got it as wide as we can at 24 inches. The one limitation that we've always got is that we can't exceed the envelope size. If we go as wide as we possibly could, they couldn't get it on the roads in Germany. So we're stuck at this 3.5 metre limit and 4 metre tall, and within those figures we have to do all the magic. So what we've done, we've put two 24-inch rotors in the machine, slightly longer as well, so that we've got a much greater area both for threshing and for separation. What we've got at the front is a dynamic feed roll that feeds those two rotors, but what is new for this machine is the way that is driven. Historically, it's been driven by a belt drive line going down the side of the machine, but that takes up space. We can't go into that 3.5 metres. So what we've done is we've taken that drive line and put it within the combine itself. We're using the left-hand rotor as the drive shaft. So that way we keep it within the chassis and still manage to drive the DFR synchronised in speed to the speed of the rotors.
So thinking about the machine now, and we'll go and have a look around the side in a minute. So, a lot of us have seen combines, well aware of how they go together. Visually on the side of the machine, there's a lot less parts to see in terms of belts and drives.
Yes.
And that's because you've put the mechanical drive for the rotors through the body of the rotor itself.
Yes.
Okay, so obviously you're just talking about a twin rotor machine. Looking at our feeder house to begin with, so
yes.
What changes are we seeing here for this size of machine in terms of
everything? Toby, everything.
Okay,
you can point at that and there is not one thing that carries over from
header
the 1090.
capacities. So what sort of working width headers are we seeing on this?
We are testing at the moment a 60-foot Macton header with this machine, so an 18-metre header.
Right.
Chances are we won't bring that into the United Kingdom, or someone might have one, but typically we've been testing this machine in UK conditions with a 50-foot, 15-metre header.
Right, and we spoke earlier about testing this machine in the UK.
Yep.
You've been running this machine in different parts of the UK, but you were running it in Dorset.
We were.
Now, for many people, Dorset isn't necessarily the arable county of Britain. What's unique about that part of the UK for very, very big combine testing?
What was unique about that and the farm that we went to was the range of crops that were being cut down there. If we took this into conventional wheat, conventional barley, conventional rape, we would have learned anything new about the machine. We've been testing this machine over 8 years now, so it's done a lot of conditions. But down there, it was looking at organic crops, it was looking at undersown barley crops, undersown with grass, and with the harvest that we had this last year with the damp, that was a challenge. So what we learned a great deal about the crop flow through the machine and the way that it responded to those very, very harsh conditions that we were trying it on.
And that is just coming down, as you say, that the unique conditions of that part of the UK is pushing this machine effectively to its limit, or just to see where those limits are when you're developing this machine?
We need to establish where the limits are. We've tested this machine this year. The one machine that was in the UK started in France in the dry conditions, came to us in the damp, and then went back down to Italy for corn, bean, maize, soya, and those sort of crops. So we're learning with this machine the whole time as to what we can actually achieve with it, where the limits lie.
Right, and this machine behind us is one of your engineering machines, and this is very, very close to a production machine, is that right?
This is near enough what a production machine will be in terms of specification. There's a couple of wires, a couple of sensors that are on this machine that won't be on a production machine, but for all intents and purposes, the way the crop flows through the machine, the way the chopper works at the back, it is a production level machine.
Now, you were talking about working with and bits and pieces. Now, I've seen this machine before, or a version of this machine before,
yes,
at Agriconnect.
Yep.
Now, this one is on tracks.
Yes, it
now,
is.
the unit I've seen Agriconnect was
on wheels.
And golden, which was
and gold.
a bit of a shame it's not here.
Yeah.
Is track drive the only option for UK?
I think, going back to what I said about the fact that we tailor it to individual markets, I think we will be tracks only in the UK.
Right.
There are some markets that prefer wheels, but for us in the UK it will come with tracks, 2 widths of tracks, slightly wider than currently on the 1090, so we'll start with a 26-inch belt or a 32-inch belt. But even with a 32-inch belt...
And is this your wider track on this one?
No, this is the 26-inch belt.
Okay, so you offer wider. Okay, so thinking about when we're going through the machine, now you talked about it's a new engine layout.
Yes.
Now, we're not going to have a look at the engine, as we talked about earlier, but can you just talk us through how that engine drive looks and why it's different from the CR 1090 that it effectively supersedes?
What we've done is we've completely swapped the direction of the engine. So traditionally on any combine, the engine goes across the chassis. What we've done with this one is we've put it axially in line with the chassis, and then what we can do is we can make the driveline more efficient. The key with this machine is efficiency. That if we can save power by not wasting it by changing power directions before it gets to work, we can put that power into output. That's what we need to do. Everything about this machine is about efficiency and output. So we've changed the direction, and then we've actually inclined the engine as well. So the engine's inclined in roughly the same...
So unlike conventional machines where we're thinking about the engine sitting flat on the rear deck, your engine is effectively tipping forward to go down at the angle of the rotors.
And the idea being that we don't get any angular displacement of the drive shafts going into the rotors. Any angular displacement wastes power. So if we can get the straightest drive line as possible, we make it more efficient, and we can use that power for output.
So what engine is in this? What engine is in this machine?
So in this machine, we've got our Fiat Powertrain FPT Cursor 16 engine, running at 775 horsepower.
Now, something which I think a lot of people may be interested in, and I know this machine doesn't have it, but I'm just interested in your view. So this machine is a diesel machine.
Yes.
And it's using effectively hydraulic drives or belt drives throughout it, or mechanical drives. We're not seeing any electrical hybrids, or we're not seeing any alternative fuels.
Yep.
Is there an interest or a pressure with harvester manufacturers to address the fact that, you know, the rest of the sector is talking about alternative fuels? There's a tractor here that runs on methane. Yes. Is it something with harvest technology that you're saying, look, very big combine, we developed it for 8 years, it's got a diesel engine in it. Is there a vision, perhaps longer term in New Holland, to say actually we need to look at alternative fuels in our harvesting machines? Well,
we like to think of ourselves as one of the leaders in alternative fuels within agriculture. We've invested heavily in compressed natural gas, now liquefied natural gas as well. And with our partner with Fiat Powertrain, we have that technology to use it within the engines at the moment. What we're not seeing currently is the demand coming out of agriculture for it. You've got to remember that one of these harvesters is only being used for 6 weeks in a year, so investing heavily over the top of that is something that we're not seeing demand for at the moment, but we've got it in our back pocket because we've developed it and delivered it on the tractors already.
Your alternative fuel technology is effectively available,
yes,
but not something you're looking at now.
Exactly.
Now, whilst we're at the front of the machine, now the cab, you're saying the cab is effectively the same as a CR 1090, is that right?
Similar. We've done a few changes within, looking at different seating, different controls. We're using different screens in the cab as well. We're using our new IntelliV12, the 12-inch screen within the cab, and that is all new for this machine.
And have you got, when we, again, very common thing we're seeing in the sector, in terms of autonomy or
yep,
automation of machine setup, or
yep,
obviously GPS guidance is completely standard. What levels of automatic adjustments and control are we seeing on this machine that is effectively new for the CR11?
New, not so much. We've been developing this for many years now with the IntelliSense system. So all of these machines coming into the UK will have IntelliSense as standard. There's no two ways about it. That system can work better than even some of the best operators out there, continually adjusting the machine many thousands of times a second, checking to see whether it can make any improvement on it.
And is that taking data from other machines that are working worldwide? So is that a telematic linked adjustment?
All of these machines are linked by telematics, but they don't use the combine needs to be able to see the conditions exactly within the location that it's working. What is happening in France may not have any relevance on what you're doing in Dorset, in Lincoln, wherever it might be. So the machine has got to be able to pick up with the sensors that we put on the machine the actual conditions that it's running at the time, and use those conditions for making any variations to the combine.
No, I know there was a few things on the side of the machine we want to walk around and have a look at.
Yep.
Do you want to go down and have a look now? And
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. One of the key areas that stops these machines being efficient is downtime. So what we've done here is we've made a very simple driveline. The driveline itself, we already talked about the rotor being used as a drive shaft, but you can see here we're very open into the side of the machine. We don't have a plethora of belts and chains running around the machine. In fact, there are no drive chains on this combine whatsoever. They've all gone. There's only two chains on the combine, which is the elevator trace chain and the chain that's up inside the clean grain elevator. They're the only two that are there. But you can see here we're straight into the side of the machine. Nothing, two clips on each of those white panels, and we're straight into the rotor unit and onto the cleaning shoe itself.
Now we sort of we spoke about this earlier, but the cleaning system on it. There's a double cleaning system on this machine, isn't there?
Twin clean.
And is that unique to CR11?
Yes, it is.
And can you just take us through why you have the twin clean and why that's been developed for this? Is that just go through? Is that harvest capacity, or is that a function of one of the pillars you were talking about earlier on harvest quality?
For several reasons we do it. Firstly, the twin clean system is there so that we get capacity. One of the killers when we start talking about combines and we start talking about efficiency is losses over the back. Losses over the back is the cost that you don't sign a check for, unless you have to put a graminicide over to cover all the losses that are sprouting out the back of the machine. So what we've done here, we've used since the mid-80s in the TF, we've used the self-leveling cleaning shoe. It was very easy to understand. You tip the combine over 10 degrees that way, you tip the cleaning shoe back 10 degrees and it's all level. We're now all about distribution. To get output out of this machine, what we've introduced is a sidewards shaking on the cleaning shoe, but it has what we call a closed loop logic. We don't say tip it 10 degrees that way and shake it that far. The combine itself, by looking at pressure sensors halfway down the cleaning shoe behind the grain pan and right at the back, check to see what this level is on the shoe. So if it sees that for whatever reason, it could be slope, but it may be that we're not feeding evenly at the front. If there's any uneven feed going into the front of the machine, what the front of the combine can see is, I'm not level on the grain pan, I will shake this way. But the back of the combine might say, well, hang on, I'm tipping over this way, so I can shake the other. And what we've seen in testing is the front can shake to the right and the back can shake to the left. But what it does, it's all about distribution, and that's where we get the output from the machine. The self-leveling cleaning shoe on the current CR has done us fantastically well, but it took up an inordinate amount of space within the chassis to do that. We need that space for output, and that's why this new twin clean system has come about.
You've touched upon output quite a lot through this.
Oh, yes.
Do you have any sort of figures that you can give us on terms of harvest capacity? Because that's something we...
We're being a bit cagey about it.
Leading question.
Leading question. So what we say about this machine, it's 20 to 40% beyond where we are currently with the 1090.
And where are you currently with 1090?
It'll run 100 tonnes an hour is what it did with the world record that it still holds.
Right, okay. So and for combine understanders in the world, that's quite a considerable claim of output.
It is.
Compared to others that may be painted other colours.
It is. No one who has had anything to do with this machine and the development of this machine, or who's even driven the machine, and I know, Toby, you're aware of a few people that have, are in any doubt that this is head and shoulders beyond where we are currently with the 1090.
So that's right. So I have spoken to some guys who's used this machine on test in your development process, and one of the feedbacks was the losses, or the lack of losses.
Yes.
Can we just touch on how that works? Because you sort of said at the start with your pillars in terms of that harvest quality. What are your losses looking like, or your loss retention, and how have you managed that? Is that part of your cleaning shoe arrangement, or is it more holistic for the machine?
It's more holistic. Losses don't just come over the cleaning shoe, they come through the rotors and the separation system as well. So the expansion in size and dimensions of the rotors has given us the ability to cut the losses down. What we've seen in testing with this machine is sub 0.3% losses coming out the back, and that's with a 50-foot table. So what we've seen with a 12-inch by 12-inch, 30-centimetre tray under the back, what we've seen is barely 30 grains.
So you're talking about sub 0.3%.
Sub 0.3% is what we've seen.
It wasn't that long ago when we talked about combine setups that less than 1% losses was acceptable.
Less than 1% was what we used to do when we used to teach people on the CR 1090 and what have you.
And is that quite a substantial claim in terms of your lack of losses?
Yep.
Is that through the technology you've got that will set this machine up? Could an operator achieve that, or do you need to use that inbuilt sort of real-time adjustments to get that refined ability to thrash?
A good operator can switch the system off here and he will get better results than what he's achieved up till now. With the IntelliSense system, with all the monitoring that we've got going on with it, what we can get there is these super low figures that we've got. Technology works best when the operator doesn't perceive that it's happening. One thing we'll look at in a minute is the chopper. When we asked the people, how did you get on with the new chopper? What they said was, what was happening, because it just worked. And that's what technology needs to do. It needs to be completely imperceptible to the operator that is actually getting on with the job and putting the results out that we need.
Well, conveniently, you've said about the chopper.
Let's go and have a look. So this chopper is a completely different unit to the one that we've got on the existing CR 1090. A lot of changes. Two rather big lumps are missing. We used to have a belt that used to help the straw flow out of the back of the machine. That's gone. We used to have a chaff spreader down the bottom. That's gone. The good thing there is that with those two units missing, we save weight, but also we save power. So what we do here is we've moved the chopper. The old chopper would roughly be at this height. We've moved him up to where the rotor is up at the top here.
So that this guard that I can see here, this gearbox assembly, that's the back end of your chopper rotors.
That's where the chopper rotor is, and
they're sitting a lot closer to the back of your thrashing rotors. Completely.
Yes, exactly that. It gives us a little bit of advantage, particularly when we get rid of that belt at the back, in that we can slow the chopper down, and then if we're swathing the straw out the back, we can pass the straw over the top of a slow-moving chopper.
So that's conveniently brought me on to another point. So to begin with, your chopper is this hydraulic drive or belt drive, the chopper now?
It's belt drive.
Okay, so a lot of these users are going to be thinking about chopping all their straw.
Yes.
That's fairly standard. When you're talking about headers of 50 foot, 60 foot, there will be people who are baling behind that.
Yes.
Straw has, certainly parts of the UK, particularly Dorset, I guess it's tested, straw has a huge value. Anyone that's had to do baling behind a very, very big combine with rotaries on it want to hit you extensively with sticks. So what have you done with this machine to allow effectively a 50-foot cut rotary to produce a swath which actually maintains straw quality?
It's the way that the twin rotor system works. It doesn't work in the same way that a conventional combine works by using key steel and grinding everything up. We basically have a nice big gap in there, and what we do is we rub the grain against the grain, We need straw in the machine so that we can get this gentle threshing action. And by doing that, we can keep the straw at the back of the machine in line with where people are with a straw walker machine. In many cases, better to be able to do that.
Because you say you're relying on that crop and crop threshing.
Exactly.
So
that.
in a cereal crop, when
Yes.
we've got some oats with lots of straw going through it,
Yeah.
that's fine. When we go to something like linseed,
Yes.
where we've got effectively quite a low crop on crop threshing,
Yes.
what adjustments are you making to the threshing system
Okay.
to account for that lack of effectively material in the
Okay. So what we can do is we can change the rotor speed. So we can speed up and down. That makes the threshing more aggressive. We can change the concave clearance at the front of the machine. Again, that makes it more aggressive. On the go, we can change rotor vanes on top of the rotor, so we can retain that crop volume within the rotor for longer. And all of these units will enable us to be able to thrash difficult crops like linseed or anything else like that, which is a bit more specific.
So in terms of the machine length, because you said you got the rotor now longer.
Yep.
How many revolutions of crop are we typically seeing in one?
We can vary it. So with these rotor vanes at the top, we can vary it from probably 5 to a little bit over 7. So it does alter by what the machine feels it needs. If it sees losses out the back, it will change the vanes and it will keep the crop in the rotor longer, subject to the centrifugal force.
Right, okay. Now, something you pointed out earlier,
little white panel.
White panel here, which is presumably not Wi-Fi.
It used to be black and everyone missed it. So this little white panel, what it is, it's a radar system. So the combine itself is monitoring how far the chopped straw is travelling. The reason we use radar rather than light or infrared or anything like that is the dust at the back of the machine. The radar picks up the particles of straw coming out the back. So what we can do there is the combine will constantly monitor it. If there's a crosswind or anything that affects the spread pattern, it will sort it out. With many people now looking to go to min-till or zero-till, what we can't afford to do with the back of this machine is cock up the spread pattern coming out the back.
So your spread pattern will adjust. Initially, you'll be targeting your full header width.
Yes.
So can we deliver 25 foot either side?
We can deliver a little bit over 25 foot each side. We've got this machine currently tested with an 18 metre, so that's a 61 foot header, and that's currently being tested at the moment. And with it, it's performing very well.
And then you're saying as you work across slopes with different crosswinds, are you using mechanical vanes in there, or are you speeding up and slowing down the...
Both. So we've got a mechanical vane that's working at the back of the machine, and we've also got independent control of the rotors so that we can speed up and slow down to be able to hit the targets that we need to hit.
Okay, so something which is above us and folds round on the back is the unloading auger. Now, I know there's been some quite interesting figures given on the capacities of this auger.
Yes.
Now, I believe it's the biggest unloading auger that's ever been fitted to a combine, is that right?
I will take your word for that.
Okay.
It's pretty damn quick. I'll tell you that.
So in terms of capacities, where are we looking on unloading capacity on this?
This is running. The figure that we give is 210 litres per second. So you don't want to mess with the trailer.
No, I mean we'll look at it slightly later, but in terms of just the body for the output for that auger is huge. And yes, you're quite right. A harvest student slightly off ball will end up with
a bit of shoveling to do.
Yes, as they should. Thank you, Nigel. I think that's all we've got time for. So really, really interesting from you. But do come and have a look at the CR11 on the New Holland stand here at LAMMA.
Well, thank you, Nigel, for speaking to us about the new CR11 Combine. We're thrilled to have New Holland with us at this year's LAMMA, and that is an extraordinary piece of kit. Don't forget, LAMMA 24 is open today until 5:30 and tomorrow between 8:30 and 4:30. Entry is free, just simply register at lammashow.com for your ticket. But now it's time for another short break, but stay with us for more from Agriconnect TV. We'll be right back.
Agriculture is always different, but somehow the same. It's not about what we do, but how we do it. Creating quality is what really counts for us. We use technologies to connect us, to make the right decisions. We can't influence the weather or prices anyway. But how we do our job is down to us. And we do our best every day. We accept every challenge. We are never alone. We live partnership, rely on trust, respect nature, and reap reliability. Because it's worth it in the end, in every respect. We are pioneers and drive change. We are the future.
Welcome back. Really quite a sight here, isn't it? Merlo are one of the leading manufacturers of agricultural machinery, with innovative products such as their telehandlers being exported across the world through a commercial network that's divided into 7 subsidiaries and over 600 dealers. Merlo UK is based in Ringwood, Hampshire, and Toby caught up with Gavin Smith, their regional sales manager, to talk about some exciting new products which are being showcased here at LAMMA 24.
So I'm here on the Merlo stand today, and we've got two machines, new machines for this manufacturer to look at. So joining me is Gavin Smith. You're the area sales manager for Scotland and Northern Ireland, just about got there. And could you just take us through the two machines you've got here? So starting with the Turbo Farmer 30.7.
The Turbo Farmer 30.7 is the long-awaited replacement for what would have been the old 32.6, which was a compact machine, 2 metres by 2 metres, 2 metres wide, 2 metres high. And this, due to emissions and one thing and another, it was no longer possible to get everything we needed within a 2 metre chassis, so we ended up with a 33.7, which was slightly wider, which didn't suit every application, given that some of the old traditional livestock farms, old stone buildings, we did have physical restrictions on what would and wouldn't fit in the building.
So the 32.6 was a really, really popular machine.
Absolutely, yeah.
Merlo. And that, you're saying, that was sold predominantly into what? So livestock customers,
yeah,
traditional buildings, sort of throughout west of the UK.
Yes.
And this is a direct replacement for
direct
that.
replacement. We've got 2 metres wide, 2 metres high. We've got a number of options on the cab side of it as well. We can have a low profile cab where we actually mount the cab slightly lower down, drop it from a 24-inch wheel down to a 20-inch wheel, and then we can also go, this is the first one in our lineup to have cab suspension on such a small machine.
So when you're thinking about cab sizes, so this what cab is on this machine here?
This cab here is the same as every other Merlo that we build, other than the E-Worker. It's full width over one
so it's
metre wide.
Same cab, more machines, and this is using the cab suspension. Is that right?
Yes, this particular model's got cab
and
suspension on it.
Is that the same? So obviously Merlo are quite famous now for the cab suspension off from telehandlers.
Yep.
Is that the same effective design of mechanical cab suspension that we'd see on other machines, or have we modified it to fit on now a more compact machine?
It's the same as what we have in the rest of our stable. I believe we're the only manufacturer that offers cab suspension on a telehandler.
Right, okay. So previous model of this was a panoramic. This is now a Turbo Farmer.
Yes.
Which has a slight variation on how the machine is set up. This is an agricultural specific machine.
Yes.
Just take us through engines, in terms of engines in it, and what sort of power outputs this machine's delivering.
Well, this machine, I'll just go over the numbering on it. So the 30 is 3 tonne, and the 7 is for the lift height. Yep. So this machine's got 3 tonne of capacity, and in reality it's got 6.7 metres of lift height. It's got 100 horsepower Deutz engine in it. We're on a 24-inch wheel, which came from its predecessor, which is a must just for the livestock farmer going out of fields, that type of application. We'll take you around it.
Yeah.
Some of the features that we didn't have on its predecessor, we have a capacitive joystick. So historically we would have had a trigger for a safety point. We have a capacitive joystick now, so it recognises your hand for a safety feature.
So as the operator grabs that joystick, so
yep,
say
it lights up on the top.
Different various Merlos. So instead of pulling in the joystick underneath, effectively the heat of your hand
touches
on that
it,
joystick,
it brings it active.
Activates the machine. Okay.
Yeah.
And is that unique to the Turbo Farmer? Is it?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
The other thing we've got on them as well, which is a nice feature, we've got what we call an auto revving joystick. So when the machine's sitting idle, the engine can sit idle RPM. When you pull the joystick back to increase oil flow, you can alter where you set the engine RPM, and it will bring the engine in to give us increased oil flow for whatever your application is, loading into a trailer, whatever it is. So when you take your foot off the pedal, the machine will stop, but the engine will stay at the RPM dictated by the joystick. So for cycle times, really a big feature on it.
And transmission on this is still a hydrostatic.
Still hydrostatic.
Machines in the range.
Everything we do is hydrostatic, other than the E-Worker.
And that's still a 40k machine as well.
40k, 2-speed hydrostatic. First gear's up to 16k, second gear up to 40k.
Right. Okay.
So,
now you sort of touched upon the dimensions. Now you're just going over this again. This is what, 2 metres.
2 metres wide
by
2 metres high.
2 metres high, or a low cab
or
version.
lower. And if we go to the cab suspension like this one here, we're actually sit a wee bit higher to give the suspension room to travel.
Right. Okay. So because the two machines we're going to look at today, but the other unit is also a compact machine as well. Where are you seeing market demand to looking, so other manufacturers here have got bigger machines of grain handling bits and pieces, which you do offer, and we'll see them on the stand. Are you seeing a sort of a consistent growth in this more compact machine for livestock customers, or is it actually looking at other applications as well where dimensions have become important?
Dimensions are really, in this segment of the market, dimensions are everything. When we look at what our competitors offer, that 3-ton, 6-metre machine with retaining a 24-inch wheel within 2 metres is a big segment of the market, and that's why we've brought this back to meet the needs of that, because we have in our network, I have a lot of old machines in the system, and customers have been waiting and waiting because you physically can't use the next model. They don't want to change brands, but they need this 2-metre machine. So there's a lot of pent-up demand in the market for this.
Because something I've noticed on this machine, there's a few, like, you can see the DNA of the 32.6 with sort of the front-mounted fuel tank and bits and pieces, is the amount of LED lighting on the sort of peripheries of the machine.
Yes.
Which traditionally we had headlights, no rear lights, and then some on the cab. But actually this unit's got lights on all 4 corners,
yes,
on the cab, on the boom lighting. Are you going to see more of that as standard fit as people are asking machines to? I
would say typically not standard fitment. It will be an option that the market, if the need's there for it, you can spec it up to put that on it again with boom lighting's an option, the LED lighting becoming more and more standard. The periphery lights, again, another option, just depending on everybody's application and what environment they're working in.
Okay, and then in terms of, because one of the things we sort of spoke about this before we were filming, is that the 32.6, your limitation on changing that machine was emissions regulation.
Yes.
So it's squeezing all of that into the package. This hasn't changed that dimension, but has a slightly larger engine and is including emissions technology. So to begin with, we're assuming this is AdBlue, is it?
Yes.
And what other emissions tech have we got on there?
There'll be a DPF and
EGR?
An EGR, yes.
Right, okay.
To get that.
So to get all that in the engine in its space, have you made changes to the sort of the height of the machine? Because often we see when we increase the emissions tech, we're effectively making the
yeah, we had to lift everything up. On the older model, I believe the cab was narrower, so it gave us more room in the engine bay. And as we went to the common platform, the same cab, we've limited ourselves, so the narrower we make the machine, the less room we've got for the engine. So if we take a wander around and have a wee look.
Exhibitor passes are available from the registration kiosk.
So now we're thinking about, obviously, engine side 32.7. We were touched upon the new emission technology.
Yep.
So this is a 100 horsepower, this is a Deutz engine?
Yes.
And do you offer any other engine options for this sort of machine, or is that
Yes, we do offer it with a 75 horsepower, non-Kohler, non-AdBlue engine, which would be seen more in the construction market.
Right, so you've got and that's a panoramic machine.
That's a panoramic machine.
Okay, so that's the division between ag and ag and construction. So
yes,
as a ag machine, which obviously this one is, in order to package this together, because you said you're using effectively a wider cab now, what have you done to fit all that in accordingly?
We've just, as technology's come on, this is where the biggest saving in space has been, is on the after treatment side. So we're not as big and bulky as we would have been, historically. So that's where one of the biggest changes have. And again, technology's allowed us to make the engines a bit more compact, so but still retaining all the traditional advantages of serviceability, access to all the filters, everything else. On that side of it, and then we've got the cooling pack, traditionally what it would have been before, vertical radiators, and then just the aftercooler sitting on the top of there.
So this is one of 2 new machines you have here.
Yes.
So your other new combat machine we'll go and have a look at now.
Okay.
And we'll sort of see where that fits in comparatively to this machine.
Yes.
So this is the second new machine on your stand. So would you like to go through what this one is? And we've got quite an interesting graphic behind it, which might give an indication of its purpose.
Well, this is the smallest of our compact machines. So again, we're 1.9 by 1.9. Where this machine was previously filling a stopgap for the 32.6, we couldn't get the bigger wheel equipment to kind of take it away from being in the field. But again, the same customer was looking for the same features and benefits he's had on his other machines. So we've moved on to a flow sharing distributor in it, so multiple functions at once, which we didn't have in its predecessor. The capacitive joystick, the auto revving features, the very same cab as what's fitted on over there. The other features we've got on this machine, it's a 75 horsepower Kohler engine in this, so we don't have any AdBlue on it. It's still a 40 kph machine with a single speed transmission rather than a 2-speed transmission. The doorway frame is just to emphasise just how small a space it will fit into.
Okay, so that's, you sort of touched upon it. So this is part of your compact range, so
yep.
sits in line with that one, and this is effectively working 100mm narrower and 100mm shorter, yes, on smaller tyres, but
it's still a 2.7 tonne machine.
Right, okay.
To 6 metres. So
right.
It's still a very useful machine.
So from a same size cab, very similar cab layout, to have two machines which are effectively, one is 100mm narrower and 100mm shorter, and a metre less lift and 300 kilo less lift, we'll get there in the end. Why do you need both, and is there a particular market where this has a home where that one doesn't, and vice versa?
Well, that one has a home because it's got the larger wheel equipment. We've got a 24-inch wheel and it's homologated to pull a trailer, so you can use it about the farm, pull the trailer about, shift feed trailers, you can do that type of work with it, and the 100 horsepower engine. This one's not rated for pulling a trailer with a conventional pickup hitch, and the horsepower restricts that type of work as well. So there's two different creatures depending on the application.
So which markets would we see this supplied into? I mean, is this pig units, poultry? Is it when you're looking for a very, very compact machine with a bit more reach? Or is this just looking at a slightly different variation on what that product sits?
This machine is very popular in the poultry houses because we can drop it down on a 16-inch wheel, we can lower it right down, and we can get the height right down on it to just about 1.8 metres. So poultry houses, huge market for us with this machine.
And presumably that low height with a reasonable lift capacity and to filling bulkers is probably where we think
massive. You've got still got 6 metres of reach, but you've got this super compact machine.
So one thing you touched on earlier, and you sort of said the cab is the same design, yes, of cab, and that's something which is quite Merlo are quite keen to look at across their range. So apart from their electric e-worker,
yes,
you've got the same design of cab on all models.
Sure.
So looking inside internally, what sort of features are we seeing on this compact one that's slightly different to the larger one we saw earlier?
Probably none.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same. We've not got the... we've got everything in there is what we've had before. We just keep the same platform. When you're sitting in the machine, you need to do a double take just to make sure which model you're actually sitting in.
Right. Okay. And this with the smaller engine isn't using AdBlue.
No.
So it's obviously a simpler engine design.
Yes.
And then you say your same hydrostatic transmission, same 40k.
Yes. Same auto revving, same features. The predecessor to this didn't have a flow sharing distributor, which typically meant it was one function at a time, so boom up, boom out.
Oh, so you can do
multiple things at once. So you can be lifting the boom up, pushing it out, dipping the bucket. Again, we retained engine RPM while the machine's actually physically stopped.
Right, okay. Thank you for that. I think we've learned quite a lot about these two compact machines here. Yeah. That's all we've got time for from Merlo, and I encourage all visitors to come and have a look.
Well, great stuff from Merlo there, and it was really fascinating to see their TF38 telehandler in the flesh. That really is quite something. If you're visiting us at NAC, you can see all the Merlo kit over in Hall 6, and they would be very happy to see you. It's now time for another break, but there's still plenty of fantastic content to come here on Agriconnect TV. And after the break, James Highton is visiting the JCB stand to discuss some of the kit that they've brought with them to LAMMA 24. And that's going to be followed by Amy Wilkinson, who will visit McHale to look closer at what's on their stand. Then I'm going to be joined here in the studio by Jill Hewitt and Matt Redman from the National Association of Agricultural Contractors. So don't go away. We'll see you again at 12. Could you very kindly...
UK.
Sorry.
No.
I'm far from bored. You don't have time to be bored.
There's something happening new all the time. If you think about where agriculture is at the moment, it's a very exciting time to come into a very diverse industry.
It's really exciting to see all different technologies now becoming introduced to the industry. Lots of stuff going on, lots of innovation, but also contributing our way to environmental sustainability as well as economic.
It's impossible to be outdated at this day and age in agriculture. For every farmer, whoever they're supplying to their product at the end of the day, so whether it be milk or meat, it can't be outdated. We've all got to be improving our feed efficiencies.
There's a lot of science and technology that's going into the agriculture industry, is making it really interesting.
The machinery is probably developing faster than any other field.
There's a lot going on in farming now which needs sharing.
FBC Future Expo 25, co-located with LAMMA, is a beacon for the latest innovations in the horticulture industry, setting the stage for a greener, more sustainable future. Join us as we unveil cutting-edge technologies that are reshaping the way we grow, distribute and consume fresh produce. From advanced hydroponic systems to revolutionary biotech, FBC Future Expo 25 is the hub of modern agricultural advancements. But that's not all. FBC Future Expo will feature talks from key industry experts. These thought leaders will share insights on emerging trends, sustainability practices, and the future of food security. So, whether you're a seasoned professional or new to the field, FBC Future Expo 25 is your gateway to the forefront of horticultural innovation. Be part of the conversation that's growing tomorrow's horticulture today. Join us on the 15th to 16th of January 25, and for more information go to fbcfuture.co.uk.
To Agriconnect TV, and thank you for joining us once again live from LAMMA 24. Don't forget to follow hashtag LAMMA 24 on all our social media channels. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever it is today, but be sure to get involved. We're now taking a visit to the JCB stand. As many of you know, JCB have been producing farm equipment since 1945, when Joseph Cyril Bamford built his first trailer. Over the years, JCB have developed specialised machinery, including agricultural, telehandlers, wheeled loaders, you can tell it's live television, wheeled loaders and fast-track tractors, and some of that equipment has made its way to LAMMA this week. Now, over to Farmer's Guardian Machine and Farm Technology Specialist, James Heighton, who's joined by JCB product specialists on their stand.
So we're back on the JCB stand, and I've the delight to join me Poppy Burrow. She's the product specialist for the Fast Track range. Obviously JCB has had the Fast Track in its portfolio for a number of years now. Could you just give us a bit of an overview of where the product's developed to now?
Yeah, so we've got some great examples of the Fast Track here with us at LAMMA 2024. We've got some models from all of our range, 8,000, 4,000, 4,000 utility. Like you say, we've had Fast Track going since 1991, and our most recent update is the Fast Track Icon, and that's a new operating system that's across the whole range of our Fast Track. So we've got some great examples within the machines and on the freestanding units over there, so we can have a look in a bit more detail.
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, obviously the Fast Track Icon has been a development from its previous 4,000 and 8,000 series. What additional features have you gained and what have you brought into the portfolio for that?
So when we launched Icon, we went with 3 very clear principles. So we've got iConfigure, and that's a creation of a bespoke environment. So that's the setup of your control profile and your work profile. So that's saving the features onto your joysticks and your spool levers. We've then got iConnect, and that's the integration of precision agricultural technology. So we've got fully integrated GPS and isobus now. And finally, we've got iControl, which is redefining the way you drive the tractor. So now we don't have drive modes. It's seamless changing between whether you want to drive on the joystick, the foot pedal, or our thumb roller.
No, that's great. And obviously, this is quite a versatile machine on farm. You've got a lot of flexibility with the product. Behind us, obviously, you've got a sprayer configuration. What other things do you also offer within that portfolio of vehicles?
So we've got a good display here at LAMMA. Like you say, we've got the mounted LAMMA sprayer, which makes use of our rear deck thanks to our mid-mounted cab, sort of increasing the productivity and the versatility of the tractor, meaning they can be used all year round. Behind us as well, we've got the tractor with the front loader on, which is controlled through our auxiliary joystick. We've got the utility tractor on offer as well, so for those municipality and highway applications, so often we'll see a rear-mounted mower or a front-mounted mower on those, salt spreading on the main roads throughout Europe. And we've also got the 8,000 here, which is our higher horsepower tractor, so that sits in the 330 horsepower bracket, and is sold mostly into our North American and Pacific regions. So we cover 200 horsepower in the smaller range and 330 in the larger range.
And obviously, like this Fast Track product has been on the market for a while, and I'd say traditionally, from my point of view, it's always been viewed as a road vehicle. Transport has been its core focus. With the developments that you've brought into the marketplace now, would you say that it fits just as comfortably in the field as it does on the road, and what sorts of changes have you brought in to bring that about?
Absolutely, the Fast Track is very much suited to whatever application you want to apply it to, whether that's on the road or in the field. We obviously offer a CVT gearbox, so it's very suited, very premium offering in that respect. And the applications you'll see, because like we were saying, with that mid-mounted cab, we've got the extra room for the ballast weight if necessary. But thanks to our suspension system, it means we perform just as well in the field as we've got excellent traction.
That's great. And obviously, like a lot of operators and farm businesses are looking for technological developments within the tractors. They want to be the most up to date, whether it's field management, software, and obviously data management. have you started pooling all that into one platform now? And how's that working?
Like I was saying, with the updates we've made with the Icon operating software, we now have fully integrated GPS, and the files can be taken off of that via USB and imported into whatever farm management software system the operator or the business owner is using.
And so what makes the Fast Track such a versatile performer for you in JCB?
So as we were saying, the Fast Track's very much built for both agricultural and roading. It really is an all-rounder in that respect. So in terms of ABS, it's obviously got all-round braking system, all-round suspension, meaning it's both really fast, so 60k in the 4000 and 70k in the 8000, meaning you can get to sites quicker, you've got that speed that allows for more productivity, but the safety that comes with that speed as well with the braking system is unrivaled. On top of that, it's a really versatile tractor because of our additional mounting point on the rear, as you'll see with the LAMMA sprayer. That is a mounting point that other tractors can't offer, and that can be utilised in terms of mowers, sprayers, all of the additional implements in that respect. This means that the Fast Track is a really good all-round tractor, all year round as well. It can be used in all applications.
Yeah, and I suppose there's some little other key features that you benefit with a Fast Track, I suppose, and that's the fact you've got 2-wheel, 4-wheel steer options, so you can use it effectively like this is set up as a self-propelled sprayer unit that can be moved around farm to farm quite efficiently.
Exactly, and like you say, as it's acting now as a self-propelled sprayer unit, it doesn't mean it can just be used for spraying, parked up for the rest of the year. That sprayer is really efficient to take on and off. You're talking about 15 minutes to fully rig this up, and then you've got a tractor for the rest of the year that can be used on whatever implement, making it, like I said, just really emphasising the idea of how versatile it is.
So obviously the Fast Track has a lot of range of unique features to the machine, and the 4-wheel steer is quite an important factor in its manoeuvrability on farm and in field. What other things have you got in this tractor now, updates wise, that are bringing it to the next level in its field, to be honest?
Yeah, so like you say, on the 4000 series, we do have that 4-wheel steering mode, and we've made lots of other updates as well for the Fast Track Icon, so I think it's best if we take a look through the screen now and see those changes.
That's great, thank you.
So as I said, we've made some really clear updates with the Icon operating system, and visually, when you get in the cab of the machine, there's a clear difference. We've got our 12-inch display here that's very clear, very quick, with 5 main run screens. But on top of that, we've also upgraded this entire armrest. So we've got high quality plastics and cast aluminium, allowing for really rugged durability, but still with a premium and ergonomic design. Everything falls to hand easily and is accessible without an overwhelming amount of information. All of the information you see on the screen is a tile-based system, so if you want to access more information, such as hydraulics, you simply tap and you can change your settings in here. So really simple. As we were saying, one of the main points of Icon is iConfigure, and this is the creation of a bespoke operator environment. And this is where work profiles come into it. So on the top left of the screen here, we'll go through into our work profile, which shows all of the controls you can set up to ensure that everything falls to your fingertips. So you've got 5 buttons on your main joystick, plus 4 buttons on your auxiliary joystick, plus proportional control on both axis and this thumb roller here. Assigning the functions is as simple as tapping the function you want and dragging and dropping to the box you want it on. So I've just assigned my rear PTO control to button 2. We also have these round buttons here which show the proportional controls, and if you click on these you can see the functions you can assign here. If you had a machine with a front hitch, you'd also be able to assign that for really fine feathering control of that. Spool levers don't have any fixed position, and these are RGB backlit spool controls. You'll see at the moment this is the setup I have it in, but again, like my joysticks, I'll just drag and drop to replace the colours I want to ensure that my controls are always falling to hand. The setup of these controls is saved under your work profiles. So at the moment we've got one called LAMMA 2024, and this means whenever I jump in the tractor and activate this control profile, all of these functions will be saved and they'll come back where I've left them, meaning when you next get in the machine with that implement or operator, you won't need to set it up again. Everything just falls at hand, saving time and making everything more productive and more efficient. It's also compatible with Isobus, so if you've got an Isobus implement attached to your tractor, you can also assign all of your Isobus controls onto these buttons as well, again making it a really ergonomic and streamlined design without having to have an additional joystick or control box to assign any functions of the implement you've got in the back. Alongside these controls that we've just gone through, the work profile will also save your tractor settings, for instance, hydraulic flow rates, your engine RPMs, your rear hitch information. Again, just ensuring every time you jump in that machine, assign that control profile, you're picking up where you left off last time you were in the tractor. And you can save up to 50 of these, ensuring that every implement and every operator can jump in and get going as soon as possible. The next update we made for Icon is Agriconnect, and that's the integration of precision agricultural technology, so GPS and Isobus. Our GPS system is fully integrated, utilising a JCB developed interface, so everything you operate with in here is very familiar to all of the other screens that we've just looked at through the control profiles and the work profiles. We offer integrated Isobus as well, so you can see whatever Isobus implement you've got in the rear of the tractor, and we offer 3 views of this throughout the GPS screen. So you've got your full screen GPS, your UT terminal for Isobus, plus true split screen, allowing you to see the relevant information at all times without having to flick through the screens. So again, a fully configurable environment as you've got the screen set up to how you need it, as well as all of your controls, making it a really bespoke operator environment. Finally is iControl, and that's redefining the way you drive. We don't have drive modes anymore. You quite simply drive the machine how you want it. You can utilise this thumb roller in the centre, as you'll see on the screen, which allows really fine speed control. You can engage your joystick, and you'll see here that it will switch to joystick mode, so push forward to speed up, pull back to slow down. And thirdly, you can use your foot pedal to control the machine as well. You don't need to make any changes in the screen. You quite literally drive the machine how you want it.
Another thanks to Poppy, and now I'm joined by Ben Mansfield, Product Manager for Telehandlers for JCB, and Ben's going to just give us a bit of a broader overview on the new previews that we've got behind us, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, James. So, welcome to the telehandler section for the load-all range of machines that we have here on the LAMMA stand. A number of new machines and a number of preview machines, the first of which is behind us, and that's the 542-100. This is our new tallest reaching machine within our load-all range. So we call it 542-100, 4.2 tonnes, and in the 10 metre lift height capacity, although it's a 9.8 metres lift height that it will reach to, particularly aimed at the straw and bale sector of the market where they're stacking higher. The increase in lift capacity versus the old model, the 53695, gives you that confidence and stability when stacking on those really large, tall straw stacks. But also in grain as well, with a pusher on, you've got that extra reach and extra capacity within the machine. But we've maintained it being a small machine. It's still in the light footprint, small size machine. If you're working in the field, bedding down carrots or something, you're still a light, small machine working on the headlands. So it's keeping it compact, but giving it better capacity and taller reach at height.
And with regards to the previous models that you've had in the range, have you had to make any engineering adjustments to its chassis size or anything like that, just to give it that extra stability at those slightly higher and heavier working heights?
Yeah, so roads? It's a new chassis and also a new boom with new lift end geometry. So the carriage end of the machine The crowd and dump angles have been changed and improved to get more from the machine. The lift position is also different to give that extra lift height and a longer boom as well. So it looks similar, but a lot has changed on the machine. We've also added in an additional engine horsepower. So the highest in the range would be the Agri Pro, which we have behind us, and that has 173 horsepower and 690 newton meters of torque from a 4.8 litre JCB engine. So this is the top of the range, all singing, all dancing, the one to have if you're in the professional high-end straw contracting businesses.
And I suppose if you're somebody moving to JCB or even a familiar user of JCB, cab-wise, do we see anything new in developments in the cab? You know, what's the operator environment like, and have you got any additional features in there?
Yeah, absolutely. So for a current user, the cab is very familiar and consistent to what they'd be used to on a similar sized JCB load-all. But this machine does bring with it some new additional features, which you can see here on the stand. So integrated reverse camera and side camera to give better visibility around the machine, and also a way load system, which works through our telematics live link to give you reporting over the cloud as well. So it captures that data and stores it to give you better traceability, tracking, knowledge of what's going on with the machine remotely as well.
And I suppose looking at a machine like this, the operators are going to be a very professional user. They're going to want to travel distances to the jobs. What sorts of transport speeds and also what transmission options have you got in this particular machine?
So in the 542-100, all of the different sub-models, so Agri Super, Agri Extra and Agri Pro, all come with the JCB Dual-Tech variable transmission. This is our half hydrostatic, half direct mechanical drive unit, and this particular model, the Agri Pro, will go up to a top speed of 50 kilometers an hour. The other two are both 40 kilometer an hour machines. Okay. So for increased distance on road, increased productivity and efficiency, getting between different locations, the Agri Pro will be the machine of choice. Okay, so standout features on this particular machine. A new pebble guard on the roof, falling small pebbles when bringing down bales, that protects against any smashes on the windscreen. This particular machine is also equipped with air trailer brakes, again enabling you to do more with this machine. It's not just a load-all, but it can tow down the road or shunt trailers as required.
Yeah, so I suppose, although it's a high-capacity machine, it's offering a bit of versatility for the end user as well.
Absolutely, multi-purpose. The straw season for some is only a couple of months. This is still a very, very excellent all-round telehandler for the other 9 months of the year, potentially.
And obviously, usability in grain stores and silos and things like that, has it still got the pushing capacity and ability that you would need and demands for those kinds of uses as well?
Absolutely, loads of tractive effort through the Dual-Tech variable transmission. Great for pushing, whether that is working in a grain store or perhaps just loading muck and working. This machine has plenty of pushing power to keep the farmer going on with the job, definitely.
No, that's brilliant, Ben. And I think we're going to just move on to a couple of other products in your range as well, if that's all right with you.
Let's go.
So looking at the more compact end of your load-all range, you've got the 530.60. Where's that sitting? And obviously it's a new product to you. Where's that sitting in the range for you?
Absolutely. This is our compact crossover range. So this is our large power machine. It's an Agri Super, which means it comes with 130 horsepower and 550 newton meters of torque, coupled to a 40 kilometer an hour hydrostat machine, but in a small package. This machine can be configured to be less than 2 meters by 2 meters. So if you're working inside poultry sheds where the drinkers and feeders are raised up to that 2 meter mark, this machine is perfectly capable of bulldozing through the litter underneath, pushing up all that muck, keeping it under the limit that's needed, but with plenty of pushing power to work. So particularly around intensive, large-scale but small space farming, this is the perfect machine for those applications.
And so, what sort of lift capacity and lift reach does it achieve with this machine?
So the machine will lift up 3 tons and it will go to 6 meters. So for loading into high-sided bulk wagons for that chicken litter, is perfectly capable of emptying out those sheds and working, keeping it inside and outside, doing all the jobs in one.
Okay. For user-friendly usability inside the cab, still a familiar operating environment across the JCB range. Is that something that we see with this particular model?
Absolutely. This cab is shared, is common with our compact machine, the 52560. So for a compact current customer, this could give the opportunity to increase the horsepower but keep the machine small with a familiar cab that they're used to.
Okay. And also with this particular range, have you had any other engineering additions? You know, have we gained anything in chassis size, or is there anything in overall features that you can see differently across the range?
There are a number of different features built into the machine, but it's all about keeping it small. So chassis size and things are all consistent with the previous versions of this machine, but we've kept everything small. So things like this mirror, it's within the width of the machine. So working in narrow sheds, keeping things small and tight. So all the features around the machine are intentionally around keeping it small and well protected when it's working in confined spaces.
No, that's great. Thank you very much for that, Ben.
No problem.
We'll move on to the next.
Let's move on.
So we've moved down to the more compact end of the JCB handler range. And can you just give us a bit of a run through of what we've got behind us here, Ben?
Yeah, so this is our smallest machine in the range, the 51440, 1,400 kilos lift capacity, 4 metres of lift height. But the total machine size is a little over 1.8 metres tall and a little over 1.5 metres wide. So this is a put it in your pocket kind of end of the load-all range. Intentionally very small, lightweight as well, can be trailer towed, so going between different locations, it gives you that opportunity to increase the flexibility that you have with the machine, but still loading it at 4 metres high, very capable, intentionally small machine.
I suppose that ability to load onto a trailer and move about gives it an addition benefit for transport moving farm to farm.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also gives us an opportunity to sell to perhaps a different customer base, or somebody that wouldn't necessarily think that they would be in the category of a telehandler, maybe they're compact loader tractor type of customer. So it gives us the opportunity to sell to more people, but also allow more people to own JCB products.
No, that's great. That's fantastic, Ben. Thanks for giving us a short overview on this, and we will move on to our next product.
No problem.
So behind us, we've now got the 560.80. It's been in your product range for a few years. What new additions have you brought through in this preview one that we've got on the stand here?
Yeah, so what we're previewing here is the Agri Pro version of this machine. This is the ultimate in productivity and performance because it comes with the 173 horsepower JCB engine. Again, the same as the other Agri Pro, 690 newton meters of torque from a 4.8 litre JCB engine. So plenty of pushing power, rehandling grain, biomass, wood chip, you name it. Anything that is big, heavy and bulky agricultural produce that needs moving, this is the machine to have.
And obviously this is a preview machine. We've got a couple of machines that we've previously covered that are either new products and also other previews. When are we likely to see this in the marketplace? And obviously when are the other products likely to be seen in the marketplace?
So the new machines are current production now and available on farm. The two preview machines will be coming out into production during the summer.
That's great. And obviously, if anybody around the show today wants to come and see JCB, where will we find you?
Yeah, please come and find us in Hall 17 to find out more.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time, Ben.
Thank you.
Well, thank you to the team at JCB for showing us some of the fantastic equipment that's here at LAMMA 24. We'll be joining James and the JCB team again tomorrow for a look at more of the exciting kit that can be found on the JCB stand for those who need another back actor fix. If you'd like to come and see some of the amazing agricultural equipment for yourself, there's still time to register for your free ticket to LAMMA 24, either today or tomorrow. We're open today until 5:30 and tomorrow from 8:30 a.m. until 4:30 p.m. Simply head to lammashow.com to register and find out more. lammashow.com. We'll now take a short break, but afterwards we'll be speaking to the team over at McHale and we'll be joined live in the studio by Nick Steljuk from Hutchinson's. So stay tuned.
Farming means business.
You work hard on your farm, and so do all your vehicles. That's why it's vital that your farm's vehicles are checked and maintained regularly to detect faults and prevent mechanical failures. Whether it's a vehicle that is used every day or one that has been left unused throughout the winter months, vehicle safety checks will help protect you, your farm, and your family's future. It has been an exceptionally cold winter, so as spring approaches, it's time to check that all your vehicles, machines and equipment are safe. Basic vehicle checks should be done every time a vehicle is used, with any faults repaired before use by someone with the skills and expertise to complete them safely. Every year, farmers are killed or seriously injured by moving vehicles, vehicle overturns, or when vehicle or machinery falls during maintenance. It's so important to be sure the vehicle being used is the correct vehicle to undertake the job safely. Planning the job properly and regular maintenance can ensure it's the correct vehicle and that it has all the safety devices such as guards in place and is working correctly. Complacency or delaying maintenance checks can lead to fatal or serious injuries. Around 50% of deaths involving moving vehicles on British farms could have been prevented if these areas of vehicles are in order. Regularly check and maintain brakes on all vehicles. Trailers must have brakes designed for the maximum loads and speeds at which they will operate. Wear a seatbelt where one is fitted. For vehicles which have doors fitted as standard, make sure the doors are attached securely and remain closed when the vehicle is moving. For vehicles that have mirrors fitted as standard, double check that they are fitted securely and are clean to ensure optimum visibility. Farming vehicles and machinery must be regularly maintained to ensure they are safe. Maintenance work should be done by someone with the skills and knowledge to undertake the work safely, ensuring all the power to the vehicles and machinery is off and that they are isolated. Before working underneath any farm vehicles and machinery, taking a pause to check the jacks are correctly positioned, and if using hydraulically raised equipment such as trailers, that props are also used to prevent crushing injuries. Whether your farm is large or small,
We have further practical tips and advice to help make sure that your farm is safer when it comes to vehicle maintenance.
Welcome back. So one of the fantastic new features at this year's LAMMA show comes courtesy of the enormously popular farming simulator video game. Very, very left of field. We're thrilled to announce that the Farming Simulator are hosting their first ever UK leg of the World Championship here at LAMMA 24 with some quite eye-watering prize money. So later in the show I'm going to be joined in the studio by a member of the Farming Simulator team to check in on exactly how the tournament is progressing and take a closer look at their incredible setup that they've brought with them this week. Really interesting and definitely a little bit unusual that. But before that, we took a visit to Hall 10 to the McHale stand. As many of you know, McHale have been manufacturing high-quality agricultural equipment for over 30 years. And over that time, a conscious decision has been made to concentrate on the development of high-output balers and bale wrappers. So keen McHale user and Farmer's Guardian reporter Amy Wilkinson spoke to the McHale team to find out what the visitors can expect to see on their stand this year.
Hello, I'm Amy Wilkinson from the Farmer's Guardian and I'm here on the McHale stand, a massive stand here at LAMMA, and I'm here with Owen. So Owen's going to tell me a bit more about the business and the history behind the business and what they have at the show this year. So Owen, if you want to introduce yourself a little bit.
Yeah, I'm Owen Clark. I look after marketing in McHale's. We're over here setting up for the last couple of days for LAMMA show. LAMMA's a great show, a very important show for us. And yeah, so McHale are a grassline producer from the west of Ireland. So it is quite a rugged and rigorous countryside that we test our machines in. As I said, we're a full grassline producer, so everything you need for cutting, baling, wrapping, tedding and raking, your hay or silage, we produce it. So over the years, initially we would have started with round bale wrappers. Yep. Expanded then more recently to round balers, and now we're a full line manufacturer for grass equipment. So
you can really tell by what you have on show at shows such as LAMMA, because you have literally everything here.
Yeah, we have 28 machines here on the stand, so yeah, a lot of polishing has gone down all week with all the guys. It's been great effort, and to be fair, the stand does look pretty well, so hopefully it will be a busy show.
Definitely, it is one of the busiest shows, I would say anyway.
Yeah, as I said, the UK market is very important for us. We like to put on a good display. It is, after Ireland, it is a home away from home essentially for all of us. Back in the late 80s, early 90s was when McHale initially came to the UK. So we have a very long established relationship with our dealer network over here, and in turn with a lot of customers who will be on first name terms with all our team in the UK, with Kieran and Gary and the service guys as well. So yeah, the UK is a massive market for us, and we like to put on a good display here.
Yeah, definitely. And you saying you entered kind of the UK market in the 80s, but when did kind of McHale set up, and what's the history behind the business?
So the mid to late 80s was when McHale set up, initially with a product that's not here anymore, that we don't produce anymore, with a block cutter for clamp silage, and then a slurry pump. Then in the late 80s that turned to a 991 wrapper, essentially what you see here behind me.
Ah, yeah.
Okay, so that's not too far away from what we had back in the late 80s, early 90s. So that would have been our main product line. Again, then it kept evolving over the years. We were always making round bale wrappers, very good at it. Then we were always working with round balers, so we had a lot of experience with many other brands of round balers. So we decided we'd go down that route. Round baling was taking off all over the world as such. So we decided to go down that route, and as you can see, we've expanded with a lot of models, yeah. a lot of different machines. That was the late 90s, or that was the 90s, sorry, and then that would have really put ourselves on the map in 2001 when we launched the Fusions here. So the Fusion 1, Fusion 2 like you have yourself.
Yeah. Still currently running, so I can say they still last.
We'll try sort that. We'll try sort that. Fusion 3 and last year Fusion 4s were new, so it's constantly updating. It's a never-ending cycle of trying to keep on top of it, with improving the product, listening to our customers. We have 30 people in R&D looking at new products, improving, continuously improving existing product. So what might be a small issue for you is probably a common issue. So we try to take everything on board and make the product better where we can.
You definitely specialise in what you know, and I think it shows in your products kind of thing and how long they do last.
For sure. Look, we are not a manufacturer that produces everything from a tractor lawnmower up to a combine harvester. We are grassline producers. We are focusing particularly on baling and round baling and wrapping, and adding then more recently, as I said, with the mowers and the rakes and the tedders, which is a new product for us recently. So yeah, we are specialists. We are all passionate about it. We're all kind of part-time farmers, are interested in agriculture to a degree. A lot of people in the factory will be part-time farming. It's not just a 9-to-5 job. People would really be passionate about their career.
Definitely, and as you've pointed out, we're going to have a look round what you've got that's new in a bit. But no, this stand looks incredible.
Yes, so hopefully, look, a lot of effort went in. Hopefully we have a good turnout for the show. I know from home a lot of guys are coming over from Ireland. There's always a good spread from north and south of the UK. So hopefully we'll have a busy couple of days.
Definitely, and I've heard there is a competition that you can enter.
Yeah, so something a little different. Where McHale are based is Ballinrobe, but originally they came from a small little village called Kilmaine. This little village is fundraising to improve their facilities for the community. So they are raffling a Fusion 4 Plus, full spec, top of the range machine, and they have a stand here in Hall 20. So tickets are for sale on www.winafusion4.com, or they'll be for sale in Hall 20. So look, hopefully that gains a bit of interest as well.
Yeah, definitely.
For our followers and for them as a fundraising initiative.
Definitely. Hopefully a lot of people will go enter, especially here at LAMMA. But thank you so much for your time.
No problem.
And we'll have a look around the machines now, I think.
Perfect.
So.
Yeah, have a look. Thank you very much.
So I'm now here with Kieran Hughes, the sales manager of the UK for McHale, and he is going to tell me a little bit about what they have that's new on the stand this year. So, Kieran, do you want to run us through what you have here?
Yeah, we have the tedder range. So, like everything we've done all the grassland side of it. So now we have a trail tedder, but also we've got a 3-point linkage as well. On the trail models, we have 2 of them, which are a T8 and a T10. So basically, they're 8 rotor and a 10 rotor. Typical McHale, they're nearly fully spec'd. So everything is on them as near enough as standard. We've got the bin tine on them. The reason for the bin tine is that it lifts the grass up and it spreads it like a fan.
Yeah.
A lot of people like that because especially if they're trying to make hay and stuff like that. Also on the tedders as well is their heavy duty gearbox and the heavy duty drive line as well. We also have a headland management system as well. So if you're going around the headland, you're not throwing the grass into the hedge. Which is a very simple system. It's all done from the cab, which a lot of people like that. On the trail model as well, it's 3-point linkages as standard. So you can have it, it's on the arms of the tractor. So it travels the ground, like when you're taking a turn, the machine itself follows the tractor very good,
Yes, definitely.
So it just makes it easier for the person putting it on and off the tractor as well.
So when did you start kind of developing these 2?
The tedder range, we've been on it now for at least 6 or 7 years. But again, typical, we've been running them a long time in Ireland because of the crops are heavy and that over at us, especially because we are located in the west of Ireland, which we can grow grass, And then for the last couple of years, we've been testing them in Ireland, and now, of course, we've introduced them into the UK.
Is this the first show in the UK they've been at, or have they been to a few?
This is the first show we have launched, like,
Yeah.
you know, in the UK of the Tedder range, like, you know.
So it's a great opportunity for customers to come and actually see them here at LAMMA.
Definitely, like, you know. The machine itself is opened up so that people can see and look at the machine, and you can see how heavy duty the machine is, like, you know.
Yeah, long wearing, like a lot of Mikhail's stuff, I would say.
Yeah,
so.
definitely. Like, now, of course, we can do it all. We can cut the grass, we can ted it, of course, we can rake it, we can bale it, wrap it, and so we have the full range. And, of course, the straw blower there to feed the grass as well.
Is that the main aim with Mikhail? Do you think you want to start at the grass itself and go all the way through with it?
Yeah, exactly. We want to stick at grass at what we know and do the full range. So if anybody wants to, they can do the whole range themselves, the customers.
Definitely, and they can all source it from one place.
Yeah, all one space, like, and you get a lot of people as well, like, not just contractors, farmers as well. They like to have the full, like, if they have a Mikhail baler, they like to have the rake and the mowers and the tedder, the full range as well.
Definitely. So this is the first time it's launched in the UK. When did it launch in Ireland?
In Ireland, they launched it in the plough match in September, like, you know.
Match.
In
Yes,
September
definitely.
they launched it, but there was a lot of machines around the factory, just making sure everything was going okay.
So, am I right in thinking that everything comes out of the same factory?
Yeah, we have everything, all comes from Ireland as such or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
you know? So that's where it all is built and that, like, you know. So
Definitely.
we also do as well now the Variable Fusion Plus, which is over here, like, you know.
We will go and have a look. So we're now looking at what I would say I know Mikhail for. I myself have a Fusion at home, a Fusion 2 still, so very much testament to how well lasting they are.
Yes.
Because it's a 2010 model and it's done 6,000 every year, so we're still going, but this is the brand new Vario Fusion 4 Plus. Is this one? Yeah. So the Vario, it does. Am I right in thinking it can make a range of sizes of bales?
Yes, you can do different sizes of bales. So that's why a lot of people like the variable chamber, is that you can do different sizes of bales, and of course you can do straw, you can do hay, silage with the machine. The plus is, which is coming from the roller balers, is that it can use plastic as well as knit on the front.
Yes.
Which is very, very simple to do. You can take the roll of plastic out and put knit on it if you want, if you're doing straw on that. Typical Mikhail, again, full spec.
Yeah.
You know, there's very few little extras we put on the machine. This particular model here has a canvas pickup, which is a new thing that's been out the last couple of years with ourselves, which is a 6-tie-on bar pickup. Of course, as well, this one is a 1,000-speed gearbox.
Yes.
So heavy-duty PTO shaft is standard on it as well. Drop-down floor as well. This particular machine, again, it's coming from the roller baler side as well. It's the Profi Flow.
Yeah, you've carried that on from the original
Fusion 4.
Fusion 4 and into the Plus range, like the Fusion Vario Plus range, haven't you?
Exactly. And the Profi Flow basically is the floor underneath the rotor is moving up and down to allow the grass to go in, or straw or hay, to go in more smoother and squash it down so you get a nicer bale.
And it's a single belt chamber, isn't it?
Yeah.
So is that meant to reduce losses somehow?
Yeah,
or
reduce losses of crop.
of short crop kind of thing?
Exactly.
Yeah.
This particular baler here has got 25 knives, so you're chopping the grass down to 50 mil. You can get it with 15 knives as well, and of course the knives are hydraulically up and hydraulically down as well. But when you're cutting it to 50 mil, it's, of course, you don't want to be losing the crop.
Yeah, definitely. And it, as standard kind of with the Fusions, it comes with your 2 painted technologies, which is the vertical wrapper.
Exactly, the vertical wrapper is all, of course, is standard on it. Simple, again, like fill and break sensors on each dispenser. So if it runs out of plastic on one dispenser, of course, same as it slows down the wrapper, the indexing of the wrapper, just to get the overlap correct. Also, as well, it's Isobus is standard.
Yep.
You can, if your tractor doesn't have Isobus, you can still, it comes with you can have it come with a skrill. You can still work the machine, basically.
Definitely.
The idea of Isobus is that the tractor isn't cluttered with control boxes. Also, as well, there's cameras built into the machine as well, so you can see the plastic being fed into the chamber, but you also can see the wrapper itself working.
Definitely.
Of course, it's on a variable chamber as well, which a lot of customers want, is you can change the inner core density. Of course, you can change the inner core diameter.
Yeah.
You can change the outer density, and of course, you can change the outer diameter. You can change the stretch of the plastic or the knit, or you can change the amount of plastic or knit you put on the bale, all done from the cab.
With the film and the binding technology also, I read there was something like it makes the bale more compact because it stretches more.
Yeah, exactly.
So it produces a better bale.
Yeah, basically what you have is you get a nicer shaped bale, but also because the rotor as well is pushing the grass down, because there's tension on the belt from the beginning of the bale right to the end of the bale, you get a tighter, harder bale, so of course less air, better quality.
Definitely better quality.
And the plastic, the key in the plastic as well is that because you can stretch it, you can also, it pulls the bale down to size.
Yeah.
So the harder the bale is, the better the quality the silage will be.
I also have to say how much easier these are compared to the Fusion 2 just to clean off in between fields.
Yes.
Because it is the big doors on the side.
Exactly. And that was again what we learned from the Fusion 1, and people like yourselves that had the machines would say that to us. So that was the idea of going to the plastic guards, and that is that you can get right into the chamber itself. It's cleaners for the customer to use, like, you know.
Definitely. It's amazing how you keep improving it and keep it going and keeping it.
Yeah, it's like everything. It's our bread and butter, like, you know.
Yeah.
Grassland stuff is like, and they're always changing, they're always developing, and they're always listening to the end customer as well, which is very, very important, like, you know. You know, they're always saying about this and saying about that, which we didn't try. We try to change it if we can, like, to make it more user friendly for that end customer.
So am I right in thinking they launched last year, the Fusion 4 Vario buses?
Yeah, launched last year.
Year.
So again, the plough match was one of the first shows.
Yeah.
And of course then they were in Agritechnica with it as well, like, you know.
Yeah.
But most time on silage people will do a 4-foot bale, but on the straw side, of course, they want to make a bigger bale.
And also with the Fusions, the best thing about doing straw with them is you can drop them in twos.
Exactly.
So it saves you a lot of time when you're picking them up. I know personally.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
thing.
And it's just less compaction, everything.
Yeah.
Because the two of them are together.
Definitely.
So it makes the whole job easier. Because the machine is so automatic as well, the end customer is as you know yourself, has very little to do. You know, it's just so simple, like, you know.
It is. Very simple machines, very user-friendly, even from my personal experience.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you can think that you would like to cover or to tell customers about kind of the new ranges, that kind of thing?
Well, like the rake side of it, the range will get bigger on that, and of course the tether will get bigger as well on the range side of it. You know, we'll keep on developing and we'll keep on growing, like, you know. Mowers are the same way, the baler range will always be the same as well. We'll keep on changing.
Definitely, definitely. Well, it is an incredible showcase here. You have a lot, basically everything I think Mikhail is known for is here, and it is a good show. So I just want to say thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, no problem at all.
I'll probably be back tomorrow, to be honest. So
Yeah, no problem at all.
Thank you very much.
Lovely, no problem at all.
Well, thanks to the folks over at Mikhail. And now I'm joined in the studio by Nick Skeldrick from Hutchinson's. Nick, he knows what an agronomist is. So you're gonna tell me?
So most of our agronomists are out field walking or walking orchards, and they're advising growers and farmers on the produce they're growing or the crops that they're growing in the ground.
So it's pretty obvious why you're here. You're deeply part of the sort of agriculture in the UK, but tell us a little bit more about why you're here today.
Yeah, so my role is as Omnia Services Manager is part of the Omnia team, and we look after services along the lines of agroecology, environmental, farm business consultancy, but my main role is anything to do with the Omnia system. Omnia is a cloud-based platform, and in the system you can do things like variable rate applications. You can do cross-compliance to make sure that you're legal with applications of manure and muck or digestate, and you can go down the route of using satellite imagery to look at hotspots in fields on the farm, where you can go and target inputs or do some more investigative work. And another large area of what we do is soil sampling and healthy soils.
Let's come back to that in a second, but
okay.
we've heard a lot already in the few hours of the show this year about AI and the application of technology. And it sounds really like you're at the forefront of that with Omnia.
Yes, yeah, most definitely. So the Omnia team came together about 10 years ago to build a platform that could take data from any source and turn it into a usable product or a usable service that would help growers to get more out of their farm. So whether it be productivity or whether it be with more of an environmental slant, it may be targeting your inputs, which is better for the environment and better for your back pocket as well.
So if you're a farmer, as long as you've got a good Wi-Fi connection, Omnia works beautifully for you. Yeah?
It does, yeah. And we've got a very clever phone app as well. So you can go out into the field and you can have an offline mode. So you can access your data that you've already downloaded. You can add to it. And when you get 3G or 4G signal or back onto the Wi-Fi, it will load all that data into your Omnia account.
So that's a really good workaround, because we all know that rural Britain is lagging behind in some areas when it comes to Wi-Fi coverage. So you've got the ability to sort of put a patch on that and then upload it when people get back to their home office. Yeah?
That's it. And it allows you to do a lot of your day-to-day work in the field as you're travelling around, so that when you do get home in the evening, you don't have to spend a couple of hours typing up all of your notes. So whether you're out doing fertiliser recommendations or delivering advice on other parts of the farm, you can use Omnia as your farm business management system to record all of that.
So the sort of traditional image of the farmer is a man or woman in his or her wellies, sort of in the cold and the wet, and perhaps not being massively tech savvy. Now, we look around the show here and we see that's absolute nonsense, because these are incredibly high-tech machines and bits of plant and machinery. So I assume, though, you've got a helpline and the ability to support people with the use of Omnia.
Most definitely. So we've got some working groups within the business, and also a number of farmers around the country that before we release anything, they do quite a lot of rigorous testing. And it's as simple as if they can't use it, then they won't use it. So we're very good at taking on feedback, making things simple and easy to use. And if at any point they are struggling, we have endless amounts of online videos, tutorial videos, and also a support line that's monitored by 5 or 6 different people that can help and talk people through what they're trying to do.
I mean, I know everyone wants to know the key question: how does it help growers farm better?
Yes, so a lot of what I get involved in personally is about targeting inputs. So it might be placing things in areas where they'll perform better. So it might be increasing seed rates in poorer areas to increase yield. It might be using satellite imagery or machine-mounted sensors to produce variable rate application plans. And particularly with the environmental side and mapping carbon, and being aware of what carbon's on the farm and also what carbon we can return to the soil, we're able to help farmers with that too.
Which is extraordinary. And it integrates with SFI, I assume?
It does, yes. So particularly if you're on Omnia and you use our TerraMap soil sampling system, it ticks the box for the precision side of SFI, which allows a farmer to claim £27 a hectare a year. So it's actually a really good scheme that we're pushing to all of our growers, because quite a lot of our users on Omnia already tick that box. So it's funding that's available that they can access.
Absolutely extraordinary. Well, it's available for everybody. It's available now, and you're here at the show if people want to come and see you.
Yeah, we're on stand 10 720. So Hall 10, stand 720. Big stand, big halo above our stand, so you can't miss us. Anybody's welcome to try Omnia. You don't have to be a Hutchinson's customer, so come along to the stand and we'll show you what we've got on offer.
It's so nice to have experts like Nick with us. Now, once again, it's time for a short break. When we return, I'll be joined in the studio by Jill Hewitt and Matt Redmond from the National Association of Agricultural Contractors. So we'll see you in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Year on year, agriculture has the highest number of deaths of all sectors in Great Britain, with moving vehicles being the number one cause. Over the past 5 years, there have been 161 deaths on our farms. That's 161 lives cut short and 161 families in the farming community destroyed and left to pick up the pieces. With an estimated 11,000 injuries each year, we want to make 2023 a safer year on our farms by working together to prevent injuries. That's why we're asking farmers in England, Scotland and Wales to consider 3 simple areas of their daily farming activities and take a moment to prevent another farming tragedy. Farms and farm vehicles come in all shapes and sizes. However, following these 3 safety tips to keep people and moving vehicles apart will make your farm a safer place. Your life and the lives of those on your farm really are in your hands. Segregate vehicles and people with clearly marked routes and walkways to keep them apart and avoid serious injuries. Use barriers and posts in high traffic areas to protect people on your farm and, crucially, save lives. Use signage, good lighting and high visibility clothing to help everybody be seen on the farm. Make a small change today. It could save you, your family and your farm.
Agriculture isn't just farming.
There's so many more jobs in agriculture than I even imagined, and there's so many that I still don't even know about.
You can find jobs all over the place in the industry that have progression levels. You've just got to show your passion.
In agriculture, you need to learn the basics before you can progress.
Whether it's through doing uni, doing college, starting off at the base level somewhere.
Everyone starts at the bottom and works their way up and decides what path they want to take. Progression is there for everyone.
You can go as far as you want to go if you've got the passion and the desire to achieve and to progress yourself personally and professionally.
I didn't think there was going to be that many careers, but when you really read into it and look around, there's so many jobs and careers that you can go on to.
You've got everything from a farm worker all the way up to a farm scientist.
You've got many ways to go down, even if you don't want to be on a farm all day, every day.
So, welcome back to Agriconnect TV. We'd love to hear where you are tuning in to watch us today. So use hashtag LAMMA24 on social media and get involved. Now, I'm joined in the studio by Jill Hewitt, CEO, and Matt Redmond, the Vice Chairman from the National Association of Agricultural Contractors. The NAAC is the only trade association to represent the interests of land-based contractors and fight their corner in Westminster and across the industry to ensure recognition of the sector. Lots of contentious, thoughtful and mind-stretching points we're going to make, but the NAAC recognises that contractors have become an integral and vital part of the UK agricultural scene, with many farmers struggling to operate without them. Contractors are land managers, advisors and protectors of the countryside, and they're providers of skilled labour and suppliers of high capital cost machinery, so much of which we can see around us today, and professional services. So, Jill, Matt, a very good afternoon. Welcome to LAMMA. What a really quite exciting show, isn't it?
It is, yes.
We're absolutely packed here. We've got 35,000 people, and lots of people are going to be interested in the NAAC. So, Jill, coming to you first, tell us a little bit about NAAC.
So, as you said, we're a national trade association here to represent ag contractors. 3 main things, I suppose, that we do for members. The first, probably the most important, is the representation. So, for an example, yesterday I was in London talking to DEFRA about the importance of contractors and the fact that we really mustn't forget contractors when new policy is being made, or grant funding and other important things like that contractors need. And then we provide information and advice to members and promote the sector in a positive light, hopefully.
Well, that's absolutely right. And Matt, tell us a little bit more about how you work with and support contractors.
Right, as Joe said,
putting a contractor's view across within government and things like that is definitely the big one, really. And you've got the likes of the NFU and that doing it for farmers. Well, contractors, the NAAC is what does it for contractors, and it's also a really good community to sort of bring contractors together. So it's a membership organisation. We have social events and things as well where we can share ideas, and quite often you get contractors from different ends of the country doing the same sort of job, and we're all under the same sort of pressures with the same challenges, and it's nice to have that go-to sort of thing to be able to share those ideas and get through those troubles.
Sharing best practice over a glass of wine or a pint is always a really good idea. So customers, when they're looking to take on board a contractor, what are the key requirements that they should check for, Matt?
I think to start with, they want to know that the job's going to be done correctly. Is it going to be done to the high standard? The hardest thing about letting somebody else do a job is ensuring that they're going to do it to the standard that you do it to for yourself, and making sure that the contractor that's coming in is going to do that for you, make sure they're doing it safely, they're fully insured, they're going to turn up when they say they are, and that the price is right as well. It's important that the price is right for both parties. That's probably the biggest factor when you're looking at a contract. So what are you going to charge?
After all, this is a business, isn't it?
Absolutely, but both sides of the fence, and everyone's got to make their profit.
But I imagine, Jill, that training is an important part of what people should look for in a contractor.
Yeah, absolutely, and making sure that whatever job it is that the contractor's been brought in to do, they're properly trained, and their staff are as well to do whatever that operation is, particularly things like spraying, where they need to be on the ROSO and have all their PA qualifications.
No, sure. I quite a lot of the contracting world is massively time pressured, both self-driven because they can move on to the next job, but also with crops that need pulling in before the weather turns. Is retention an issue within the contracting world?
In terms of staff?
Yeah.
I think with any business it's a bit business dependent, but staff is a big issue for the NAAC and for our members, and finding the right staff that can be good at the job and are competent is a difficult operation. But at the same time, it can I think farmers are also struggling to get the right staff, and so contractors are increasingly brought in almost as their members of staff.
I think the workforce as a whole is struggling, not just post-COVID. I think this is a very real thing, and Brexit probably has caused, other complications there. And I've no doubt that the hybrid contractor is an area which Matt, you probably want to talk about as well. But people who farm have maybe bought some really expensive plant and machinery that they want to get best utilisation out. And quite a few of your members, what I would call a hybrid contractor who have their own ground as well.
Yeah, I'd probably go 50-50. I think you've got the specialist contractors that really deal in their specialist area of the industry, like seed processing or mill and mix sort of feed processing and that. And then you go to sort of the general ag sort of side of things, where even then they could be specialists. They might specialise in muck spreading or crop spraying or something. But then, like you say, you've got the hybrid, the general ag that do a bit of everything. But going back to your staff point, I think that it's an industry-wide challenge that staff is there, and part of that reason is that the perception of what is the agricultural industry and what sort of job does it entail, and it's an incredibly high-tech industry now, and contracting is certainly no different from that. If anything, it's even higher tech, because you've got, look around the halls today and there's not a single machine really that doesn't have some kind of computer system on it to help it be more efficient, and robotics and autonomous tractors and that are coming along, and that's only going to hopefully aid the staffing issue, but it doesn't mean that it's going to replace them. It means that instead of the sitting on the seat and being a steering wheel attendant, it's going to mean more high-tech sort of controlling and managing different aspects. The
contractor becomes a system operator rather than a plant operator, and the training and being current and competent with, as you said yourself, some of these machines are absolutely extraordinarily complex. Is that, are you seeing, Jill, that technology is an area where perhaps you've got a really strong position over maybe a farmer who's not used to equipment, in that your members are using their kit and equipment all the time and are absolute experts?
And I think contractors tend to be very much innovators, and they're looking for what's coming next, so they need to be up to speed with a lot of this new kit. And I think we're looking for, as Matt says, perhaps looking for a slightly different operator in the future, who's not just a driver, but they can manage all this technology.
I don't think they've got any choice. I mean,
No.
that's the future, but it's also now. That is there. I mean, the machinery in this hall and this show is what is being used on site, on farm now, and it's the labour challenges are there because of exactly like you said, the timeliness, the peaks and the troughs of the workload. If you're a arable contractor or a silage contractor or something, you've got that weather window and you've got that peak season where suddenly you've got a lot of hours to do and then a quieter period, if you like. And as contractors, we've got to manage that with our staff and accept that we've got to enable people to have that work-life balance. But we are looking at it from an AC point of view, or the industry as a whole, that is changing, and more machinery utilisation. People are going to contractors because one machine that's £500,000 or something can go to 25 farms and be utilised. That technology is then passed down the system, whereas smaller farms or they can't
with a skilled
operator. It's crystal clear that this is where the industry is going, and if you're not a massive agri-business, you cannot have a barn full of machinery like this sitting around doing nothing. So the contractor has to be in a really good position, I think, going forward. One of the things I wanted to touch on is assuring contracting and the assured contractor, because being current and competent and the expert is clearly the vital ground for you guys. So tell me a little bit about the assured contractor scheme.
Yeah, so we've got what's called an assured land-based contractor scheme, which we've got for agricultural operations and feed and potato fogging, and also mobile seed. So it's not been widely taken up in the Gen Ag type sector, but certainly our mobile feed sector, it's very much part of Road Tractor, and it shows traceability, and it shows that feed produced on farm by a mobile that can be equivalent to buying in feed. It's produced professionally as a service, and that's what we're trying to do with the standard.
And why the less good take up from the sort of Gen Ag side?
Well, I think there's no need to do it. So some members do it because they want to prove their professionalism, and what we'd promote is that it's a really good way of health checking your business. So even if you don't go as far as doing the audit, have a look on our website and look at the standards and check that your business could comply, because most of what's in there are legal requirements and it's about proving it. So I would suggest every contractor should go and have a look and make sure they've got those requirements in place.
Well, I think that's really sound advice.
It's a great checklist for the whole business, it doesn't just cover the tractor and the machine and the operator that goes out to farm. It's back into the yard. It covers electrics are pat tested, working at height, yes, farm safety and everything like that. So it is a complete package, if you like, and it's been reviewed in the last couple of years, and we're sort of hopeful that we can start to sort of push it out and increase the uptake. But in the short term, look at the checklist, go through it and say, actually, X, Y, Z's covered, but maybe that one's not quite as well as it should be.
It's interesting because we all know that farming as an industry has a really not great health and safety record. Contracting outperforms pure farmers, and for me that's a USP for contracting, that you're going to employ people who are using that machinery every single day and really understand everything about it. And it is a Daily Mail moment for the industry as a whole, because a lot of people's only sort of touch point with farming is seeing contractors driving too fast through the village or what have you, and that must be a really important thing for you as well.
It is, and I think often the perception with this massive kit is they appear to be driving faster than they perhaps are, and a lot of contractors they're all sign-written vehicles, so they're very aware that they have to be community spirited, if you like, and we talk to a lot of them about the fact that they do take care and talk to their local farmers about where sensitive areas are, I suppose. So as an industry, we don't want to be upsetting the public any more than farmers do.
Of course we don't. I mean, it's interesting that the construction industry have a operator's license for building sites where deliveries are routed in on certain routes, and I wonder if that's an area where we might go to, that actually turn left out the farm rather than right, so you're not going past the school at 3 p.m.
Yeah, and I think people already have some of these things in place, I think. And I think for safety, that's a good way to go. And I think in general, we need to just as a whole industry, have a rethink on safety and the attitude to safety. But I think you're right that contractors tend to be at the forefront of that because they're very visible and they're on and off different people's farms all the time.
The more efficient, to be safe, you want to be efficient. So, like you were saying about turning left, turning right, you're not going to want to turn right and go past a school at 3 o'clock if you're trying to be efficient, because it's going to slow you down. It's higher risk, it's more dangerous, everyone's aware of that. So work plans are put in place to ensure that vehicles are going where they should be to minimise the risk of low bridges or schools or built up areas at awkward times of the day. We don't purposely drive a big tractor and a trailer through a residential area at all times of the day on purpose, because we don't want the phone calls to say, oh, you're waking us up or anything.
No, of course not.
And it's mitigating the risk, managing it, using social media to let the local community know that the weather's good at the moment. We're going to try and harvest these fields. We'll try not to do it on a Sunday if we can help it, or we'll try not to go too late. And I think it's all moving very fast, and over the last few years the tools available to increase that community awareness have been developing rapidly. But also the community engagement, and you often find that there's somebody that doesn't quite agree with it, but a lot of people do, and it's nice. It's another way of interacting with the consumer further down the line, not necessarily as a contractor, because obviously the farmer is a consumer, but if you look at that farming system, at the end of it, it's the food on the table at the bottom of the run of everybody involved in the supply chain, really, and they all interlink, and it's important to make sure they're all working together. Farmers they're always in that place. Contractor comes and he goes, so they don't want somebody turning up causing them hassle that's going to be there for the rest of the year, and the contractor likewise doesn't want to upset their customer either.
Which plays into another thought, which is how can you help a farmer in their selection of a contractor?
So we've got a find a contractor section on our website, so if people want to look for a member, they can go to that area of the website, which is naac.co.uk. So that's easily accessible. Or if somebody just wants some help, they can ring the office and we will help put them in touch with a member.
And are you finding that that's being used a lot, that find a contractor?
It varies. I think some people will say they've got a job that's paid for their membership for the next 10 years, which is great. And then in other areas, it's very much a word of mouth type. But that's very much where we'd say it's about the professionalism of being a member, so that you've got all that information to stay ahead, so that you're in the right, you're turning up on time, you've got all your machinery well maintained, you're providing all those things that Matt talked about at the beginning as a professional, and that will help keep you in work.
Yeah, no, I understand that. One of the sort of little segments of the contracting world is that quite often the contractor is your neighbouring farmer. You might have one piece of kit and do something for him, and he might do something for you.
Yeah.
How does that? Because that's a slightly different relationship from your classic farmer contractor. I don't know who wants to answer that.
I'll answer to start with, then I'll pass to Matt. I would say similar, in fact the same, because if you go onto somebody else's farm, you are effectively contracting. So you need to look at things like insurance and your safety protocols to make sure that when you're working on that, they might be a mate, but if you go and spray off the wrong field, you might not find they want to take you shooting or whatever. So it's, make sure your insurance is in place to do some contracting if you're operating on a neighbour's farm.
So just because you own a piece of machinery doesn't mean that you can be hired out to operate it?
No. There's different levels of insurance for different things, but there should be, before the machinery arrives on farm, regardless of whether you're farmer to farmer or contractor to farmer or whatever, some pre-arranged check sheet, if you like. So it's always good to agree the price before you start. That's probably the main thing. But what is the job? Where is the job? What are the restrictions? Are there any overhead power lines, underground? A risk map of the farm is always a good start. Are there any restrictions on turning left, turning right, schools, whatever? Neighbours that perhaps they work nights, try and avoid them or something like that. So make sure that all the possible questions and challenges that could arise are covered off beforehand, so everybody knows where they stand. Mud on the road's a good one. Who's responsible for clearing it up? Who's on site from the farm for the contractor to be able to communicate with as an emergency contact? Who knows that you're there or you've started the work and left the work? Think of a worst case scenario and how you would mitigate that, and then cover it off on a pre-start check sheet, if you like, and that way you know that when the person coming to do the work knows who to contact, they know that they're going to be safe. So that gives you peace of mind that the job's going to be done correctly and you haven't got to worry.
There are other industries which have walked this same path in terms of health and safety and professionalising. So HGV driving and construction, I think, being two sort of fairly obvious ones. And both of those have seen the one or two man or woman business be sort of squeezed out, really, and bigger corporate entities tend to have a better or more professional approach to health and safety. Because one of the nice things for me about contracting is that it is still quite a fragmented and small business where you've got local people who one or two people. Is that something that you feel is inevitable that it will change, or can we still keep that?
I don't think from a safety point of view that's inevitable at all, because a small business can be just as safe as a big one. I think perhaps with construction it's been the customer of those contractors who have enforced all this.
Absolutely, yeah.
Excuse me. Whereas in the farming industry, it's more about us as an industry taking responsibility for ourselves, rather than there's unlikely to be, unless it comes from the retailer end, somebody telling us we must be safe. As an industry, we need to take, I think, more responsibility for our own safety, because we're killing more people than, I think we're up to about 28 since last April.
Which is 28 too many, as I'm sure we all agree. And I think, for me, the sort of cartoon character of someone working in our industry is that they are on their own and they're unsupervised, and that's when people cut corners, because they're familiar, they're doing the same job they've always done, and they do it in a certain way. To lighten the tone slightly, no, you were going to say that.
And margins are tight. That's the other key thing. Like, it's a very skilled industry where a lot of other industries, they need something done, they'll get a plumber in, they'll get an electrician in, they'll get a mechanic in. Well, to a certain degree, farmers or agricultural contractors, they're very good with their hands, they're very skilled at repairing machinery, putting buildings up. So they'll try to do a job that perhaps sometimes isn't quite right, and that's where we need to sort of draw the line and say, look, we've covered this off and we've gone through our risk assessments, we've done our plans, we've done our ALBC checklist, if you like. That's out of our remit, let's get somebody in. And it's difficult to do that, everybody appreciates that, but that's the way we've got to be moving. But there's certainly no reason why big business or a small business can't do that. It's not that the way the industry's moving isn't going to push the smaller guys out. There's certainly a place for those, and they can do it equally as well, if not better.
A bit of a light-hearted question, but have you seen a Clarkson's Farm uptick to contracting after Caleb and everything?
I've heard rumours that contracting is more sexy since Caleb's got involved. I don't know whether that's true. I think it's given us more recognition as an industry, because probably pre-Clarkson people didn't even know that contractors existed, or what, they just assumed the farmer did all the work.
I think people who lived in towns definitely didn't. I think the people who live in the country probably did.
And probably some of our legislators didn't. So it's broadening that
I think
message.
A wider understanding of what's going on in the field. Why is that tractor going up the road, or why are they working late? I think it all comes together as it's just good promotion to get more people involved. And I think, aside from Clarkson's Farm, but the other thing is Farming Simulator.
Yes.
What kind of as somebody who drives a tractor and does that thing on a daily basis, I can't get my head around it, but it's big. It's massive now, isn't it? The amount of people involved.
I have been genuinely gobsmacked today that it is such a big. There are 90 million users of Farming Simulator.
That's something we need to harness, because it's a way of showing people the kit, the technology, the job, if you like. Okay, it's not quite the same as sitting in a warm room and doing it like that all the time, but it's reaching a wider number of people than anything the industry could ever do, really.
Yeah, if we're moving to contractors and farmers becoming system operators, as we discussed, actually it's perhaps not as far from a war room as you know. I thought this morning when I woke up that it was just a game, and it might
far
not be.
From it.
Far from a game.
Very on regular loop in my own house.
Is it? Oh, right.
And actually, I'm always surprised by how much the kids are learning from it. And they've got a bit of an ag background, so that they're a step ahead, if you like. But God, the kit on there, I'd assumed it was some cartoony. Far
Not
from
at
it.
all.
Yeah, far from it.
So tell me, how have you both ended up in the sort of trade body of contracting? Jill, first.
Well, I suppose I grew up on a farm. I've always been involved in farming, and 20-some years ago, when this job came up, I just thought it interested me, and then I've struggled ever to get away, if I'm honest. And I've not tried, because it's a really interesting. I'm regularly surprised by contractors and how innovative they are.
In a good way, I hope.
In a good way. And that the industry is generally a nice industry to work in. And I think if, bringing new people in, I have no qualms about saying, no, it's a really good, can be fun industry to work in.
Can be fun. Definitely is fun, is my view. So Matt, how did you get into this?
So I set up contracting on my own. We're sort of looking, how do you set yourself apart from the guy next door, if you like, and prove that what I'm doing is professional. Where do I get the advice to do that? It's easy to go, right, I bought a tractor, let's go, but how do we get that paperwork right for the customers that require it, or how do we know that we're doing everything correctly behind the scenes, if you like? And the NAC, as a membership organisation, provides that to members. There's templates and everything available to help you with your risk assessments, cost assessments, and all that kind of thing. There's contacts for, is this legal to do this, sort of tow this machine, or how to do this, and there's points of contact for all of that. And then there's the social side of things. I want to get to know other contractors. We'll go to the AGM, and
there's sometimes beer as well.
Maybe sit on your hands so you don't get
it's
asked
twice
to do
he's
something.
mentioned the social side of it.
Yeah,
So
I think that's a really big thing, because
we know you do.
A good example of it would be a few years into it, we had a trip to Denmark to an agricultural show much like this. There was 20 of us that went. I just took on a contract to do an operation that I hadn't done before. I was tying the paperwork together, trying to figure out how to do it, what kit do I need to do it. And there was a guy from Yorkshire on the same trip who was doing it. We got to chatting over a couple of days, got home, he emailed me all his paperwork to help me do it, and we're not competitors because we're far enough apart.
Chatting over a couple of beers, I think, is probably more accurate. Listen,
everything
thank you
was
so
there
much
to
for your time. It's been really nice talking to you. I mean, thanks again to both Jill and Matt for joining me here in the studio for a live Agriconnect TV interview. If you'd like to learn more about the NAAC, you can visit their Contractors Lounge in Hall 19 or go online to naac.co.uk. We're now going to take a short break, but join us again at 2 p.m. and I'll be joined in the studio by Georgina Lamb from the Farming Community Network to discuss how they're supporting farmers. We'll also check in with the Farming Simulator World Championships. You've been hearing about it from Matt and Jill, and we'll learn about the next AgriConnect event, which is the Low Carbon Ag Show that's taking place in March this year. So stay tuned to Agriconnect TV. See you again at 2 p.m.
Farmers Guardian podcast is launched each and every Friday. We talk to farmers about the real issues that you want to hear, featuring names and faces from across the farming industry.
Do you know, I think if you had to give me a choice, you know, where would you rather be now? Walking out in that field and among your Herefords in a lovely summer evening, or on a field in front of 85,000 people booing and shouting at you? I think you know the answer.
I think there's a real stereotype of a farmer. Yeah. And this is what I always say. I go, a dirty old man. Yeah. That's what I always say. I think when someone thinks of a farmer, you think of an old man in his wellies covered in mud sort of thing. But it's not. It's so much more than that.
The consumer is so far left behind that they've lost the idea of what happens in agriculture. They don't understand the scale, the technology, the work that goes into it, and the pressure. And so we need to build that.
Join us every Friday for the Farmers Guardian podcast, available at farmersguardian.com/podcast or on all of your favourite podcast platforms.
Every day is making a positive impact, whether that's producing food for consumers or working with the natural environment to make sure that we address some of those issues that are coming our way in terms of climate change, water, security.
I think there's a lot of technology now that's available to people to help combat the whole climate change issue.
Obviously with the new carbon audits coming in, it's going to have to be taken more serious.
I think agriculture could actually be probably one of the leading industries to combat that.
All farmers want their land to be improved every way.
Like some people are rewilding, planting woodland and wildflowers and getting new machinery in that will help the carbon footprint.
People discussing their experiences in agriculture can help influence others and see that, you know, you can make a positive difference.
In terms of improving food education, we all have a part to play.
Welcome back to Agriconnect TV. Stay tuned with us for the next hour as we have some absolutely fantastic content on the way. Don't forget, LAMMA 24 is open today until 5:30 and is open tomorrow between 8:30 and 4:30. Entry's free. Simply register at lammashow.com for your ticket. That's lammashow.com. I'm now joined in the studio by Georgina Lamb, Senior Partnerships Manager at the Farming Community Network and Farmer's Daughter. The FCN has over 400 volunteers across England and Wales, many of whom are involved in farming or have close links with agriculture and therefore have a great understanding of the issues that farmers and farm workers and contractors face. Today we're going to be talking about a number of issues, but the charity's volunteers provide free, confidential, pastoral and practical support to anyone who seeks help, regardless of whether the issue is personal or business related. In addition to local groups of volunteers, FCN runs a confidential national helpline, and the number is 03000111 999, and an e-helpline which is open every day of the year from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. So, Georgina, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
What a fantastic show. Are you
Absolutely.
having a good show so far?
We're having an amazing show. Really busy, great to talk to all sorts of different people from different walks of farming life. And nice that people are coming and talking to a farming charity, just to have a general chat about the work that we do, but having a crack.
So that's the joys of live TV, I'm afraid. So we are definitely live, ladies and gentlemen, and we're here at the NEC. And my first question to you really is about the FCN, and tell us a little bit about what the charity does.
So we're a national farming charity that supports anybody within agriculture, the farming world and beyond through any kind of challenges that they might be having, whether that's personal, business, family related, or people that are looking for a little bit of support. It might be that they're suffering with isolation or any kind of difficulty, but we're there, as you mentioned, 365 days a year with our national helpline that's manned by volunteers and our staff team as well, that are very much there to listen and support, be a critical friend in times of difficulties. And we're also there on the ground, in person, should people need support practically at home, somebody by their side to walk with them through any of the problems. But we're also there very much to champion farming and positivity and really bring a lot of hope to the industry, because we all know that farming is a difficult life for many, but it's also a wonderful life also.
Well, it's a lonely life for many.
Can be, yes.
And I think the lack of a support network for those farmers who are on their TOD is probably one of the critical things.
Most definitely, rural isolation is something that we come across time and time again, because farmers will sometimes be on the tractor. The only people that they're seeing on any kind of basis will be the people coming down that farm track, whether that's an agronomist, a tanker driver, and people are quite isolated physically as well, so out in the sticks, up in the hills. I think something that we do as an industry, and me as an urban farmer from the centre of Halifax, is sometimes forget about the loneliness that can happen as an urban farmer when you're surrounded by suburbia that don't necessarily understand the life of farmers and the things that we do. So it doesn't just about physical isolation, but also sometimes we can be quite alone within, a conurbation type environment.
A sort of a use which is not common in an urban environment. So I imagine that brings its own challenges, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's quite a lot of prevalence of rural crime in urban areas, because you've got the motorway networks and a big area of people, and people seeing what you've got coming in and on and off the farm. But also the challenges that there's small pockets of land in and amongst these larger cities, and people do find it difficult to make a living off the fats of the land and just have one income coming in, because times are very difficult, and sometimes it's hard just to be a farmer and have that luxury of land when urban farmers can be quite small.
No, I can imagine so. And what we're seeing surrounded by all this wonderful machinery is that these are really, really expensive bits of kit.
Absolutely.
And is it more difficult to get contractor support in an urban environment? I imagine it's potentially not so much the contractors on your doorstep if you've got a town on your doorstep, so to speak.
It's the age-old thing, you've got to make hay when the sun shines. So, you might be at the bottom of the list, and if you see that the clouds are looming, it can be difficult to make sure that you get the harvest in at that time when there are jobs pending. But yes, amazing machinery here, multi thousands of pounds worth of kit that
and that's our first farming pun of the day, actually, in terms of making hay whilst the sun shines. So
there you go.
You score 10 points for that.
Tick.
So the FCN, how does it support farmers? You've talked about the helpline, and that strikes me as an absolutely fantastic thing. But what are the most common issues that you and your teams are seeing?
Okay, so we've been around for over 25 years now, and regularly we get statistics on the kind of calls that we get. We're very much a grassroots-based organisation, so we listen to the challenges and the problems that are coming in and respond accordingly. We can pretty much guarantee that the three main key points will be people that are struggling with their mental health, family disputes and succession planning, and also financial difficulties as well. But the cases are becoming increasingly more complex. So it might be that we go in and we're dealing with a situation where there's an elderly parent, but then that's causing difficulties with maybe mobility. But we're also looking at the fact that BPS payments are ever decreasing now. But at the moment we are having an increasing number in the amount of calls relating to the RPA and late payments, albeit a reduced payment, but still a vital one to keep farmers to keep them going on what can be a very precarious knife edge. So a lot of things compounded on each other can lead to real difficult challenges. Working with family, living with them, not being able to get off the farm, and I think sometimes you can become a little bit insular and not see the wood for the trees. So for somebody to be able to come in and mediate and hopefully demonstrate
a bit of perhaps.
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, we're talking, I think, about mental health really, and is there still a stigma around mental health and the use of that phrase and all the things that brings to what is to many still quite a traditional industry?
I've worked in the farming charity sector for over 16 years. It is turning a juggernaut talking about mental health, and as a farmer's daughter I can say farmers can be stubborn and a little bit stuck in their ways at times, but there is that stiff upper lip approach still there. The pride is just palpable, and sometimes asking for support can be really crippling. But the fact that we're trying to normalise the conversation and reach people way before the point of crisis, that's why we're here at events like LAMMA, really flying the flag, just normalising. Come and have a chat, let's just discuss things where it's not so much of a difficult conversation to have if we're getting to problems and challenges way before the point of crisis, because a problem shared is a problem halved. A lot of the times farmers just want to have a chat. And we'll talk about lambing or what the moisture content of grain is, and just get it off the chest and feel so much better just about having a chat with a like-minded person or being listened to. But there is still that stigma. We're talking about a lot of self-employed people that might see what they're...
I think that loneliness thing is also really critical, isn't it? I mean, if we look at other industries, so in France, in ski resorts, the highest level of suicide is the pisteurs, the guys and girls who operate the machinery making the ski piece. And I think it's similar that, they tend to work a lot of nights as well, which isn't great. But people in farming tend to be in small groups or on their Todd, and with a lot of time for self-reflection.
That's right. And I think catastrophic thinking as well can play a big part in that. So when you are potentially having a difficult season with the weather, coupled with health difficulties, financial problems, so all of these things are building up. And if you are just listening to, your own thoughts and feelings and not being able to get that perspective and loneliness, it can lead to some very, very dark times. And we're trying to really intervene before that point to show people that there is hope.
To sort of head things off at the pass. I mean, for me, there's a direct read across with the steps that the military have taken in the UK. So, as an ex-Royal Marine myself, the Corps had significant mental health challenges with some of our colleagues, sort of post-Iraq and Afghan, and really spent time to try and turn that supertanker around, to use your phrase, to get people to understand that actually it's okay to be not okay, and to hold your hand up. And one of the key things is the ability to see in your work colleagues, your mates, that when they're not quite themselves. More challenging in farming if you're on your own, isn't it?
It is, and I think that, again, somebody said to me once, I would rather be shouted at than cried on. So it's how we, as an industry, that might see Jim down the road not quite looking himself, not taking care of himself, being a bit more dishevelled in his appearance, or letting standards slip on the farm. How confident are we as an industry to be able to say, listen, are you okay? Are you really okay? And then receive the response, which is actually, no, I'm not. That can be a real daunting conversation to have, but FCN and a lot of the work that I'm doing with especially the farming business community is trying to help people have those difficult conversations. So when somebody does say, actually no, and I do need some help, how to be able to cope with that, how to signpost with confidence to an organisation that can help and guide people in the right direction, or signpost to further support.
Couldn't think of anything worse than somebody hearing that their friend is, struggling and not knowing
Absolutely.
Who to contact.
Yes, because they're then going to take that on board and lose sleep and not know what to do or where to turn. So really, as a community, as it's the responsibility of the industry to really be the eyes and ears on the ground and look out for each other and not be afraid of saying, you don't see myself. Shall we have a chat? Can we go for a walk? Let's have a brew. Really just take that time.
So I mean, it might be a cliche, but I'm going to say it anyway. Is this a generational issue? Are we seeing, will this disappear in 20 years' time because, people are more aware, more sensitive in younger generations?
Oh my goodness, that's quite a big question. I think that the pressures on the older generation and the younger generation are massively different in some ways, because I think that my dad wouldn't really particularly care less of what social media or what he was wearing or the views of certain groups. He's maybe got a bit more of a thicker skin and has sort of seen off those difficult days. I think that the younger generation and the fears and worries of fitting in with people and the stigma of potentially the pressures of agriculture now do create a worrying and challenge for them, and yet, I've worked a lot in agricultural colleges and with the young farmers, and just seeing them really looking after each other and really banging the positive mental health drum, because we know that there is some real difficult and hard headlines that we've seen over the years with younger people that have taken their own life through in very, very tragic circumstances. So I'd love to be able to say that it's all going to be okay in years to come, but I really think that we've got to, embrace the younger generation and the different challenges they face.
And I think you're spot on, and it was a horrible question, and I think it was beautifully answered. But I think we will need to perhaps adapt the way we deal with mental health issues according to the cohort we're talking to, perhaps.
Most definitely. I went into ag colleges and I was talking about the challenges that they were facing now, and the fear of the blame culture of going into agriculture because we're ruining the planet, which came out quite significantly. Knowing that you were going to be entering into quite a lot of financial debt because of what we're putting out there and the challenges of making ends meet. But also, I was totally unaware of a new culture of male toxicity that's hit the younger generation, and all of these horrible challenges that beautifully I managed to avoid the internet back in those days. But now there is obviously a lot of external influences that are playing part. And it's not just agriculture, really. This is happening to all younger generation, but I just think, focusing in. Life can be difficult, and it's just about letting them know that farming can be a wonderful life.
It definitely can, and I think you've touched on, we're talking about this, it's absolutely right that we should, and you're doing you and the charity are doing amazing work, but do you feel people are put off when they hear negative stories and statistics, etc., etc.?
It concerns me sometimes that we lead with the negative, and this is something that we're going to be discussing in our debate tomorrow, because I do think, when I've been into colleges and they are packed with agricultural students that are going into this with their eyes wide open. We've gone from BSc to foot and mouth. We've never known the golden years of agriculture. So actually there is a real kind of passion for it, even though we know it's going to be hard. But is it off-putting when you see headlines like 97% of the farming community is suffering with mental health problems? Are we tarnishing the industry, and are we painting the doom and gloom instead of talking about resilience and hope and how we can hopefully, improve that and support people going into agriculture? Because it does worry me that we are putting upon the next generation, you're going to have mental health problems and you're not going to have much money. It can be a little bit of a difficult conversation, but
I hear that, and I think like every industry, we reflect society, and there have been some sort of fairly substantial societal changes in the last 50 years, and particularly maybe over the last 10 or 15 with social media. But it's not all bad. I mean, I think the sort of the Clarkson's Farm effect we talked about before lunch with the previous interview actually is painting farming in a really good light, and not shying away from the tough issues, and perhaps there is hope around sort of programs like that and the support it can give to the industry.
I think you're absolutely right. It's very real, and it does demonstrate the challenges, but also the joy and the great times, working for yourself, working on the land, being there when you see calves born and sheep in the fields, and having the beauty of the landscape there to farm and have that. We are the custodians of the countryside, it's been said over the years, but I've loved my life and my upbringing, and being able to bring my daughter up on the farm as well, I think is a real blessing, that I wouldn't want to sit in rush hour traffic every day like the poor people that have got to commute into the city. So yeah, there are a lot of benefits to being in farming.
I think it's a wonderful life, and people know that when they know that, and it's sort of selling that perhaps. I mean, part of that, we've got the LAMMA live panel happening tomorrow, I think, and you and the FCN cohort are going to be on that. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Well, yeah, again, it's just taking on this elephant in the room, how we are addressing mental health. Are we leading with the wrong headline here? And just, it's going to be great to get the different perspectives from the panel. So we've got the media with Olivia Midgley, who's going to be talking a little bit about the role of the media, and are we leading with the right kind of headline? Is that encouraging things? Is that catastrophizing where we're at? We've got Stuart Roberts, who is an FCN trustee, but also had a major role within the NFU, and looking a little bit more about the political side of things and the role the government plays in this here, and the challenges that are placed upon farmers with that. We've got Papyrus, who are a young person's suicide charity, talking a little bit of an external perspective and the realities and the stats around mental health and suicide within farming. And then Charles Anion, who is a great farmer and a big champion and ambassador for FCN, and also mental health as well, and the role of fitness and personal kind of achievement, and how that really feeds into feel-good farming life. So yeah, we're not going to be skirting around the subject, but I think it's an important one to have.
No, it absolutely is, and not just for shows like LAMMA. It's something that needs to be part of our sort of, if not daily narrative, part of our sort of general going about our business, that we're sort of aware of things, I would have thought.
It's great. Things like this, and I do tend to go to lots of different conferences where they will give a segment just to FCN or one of our team to be able to just say quick 15 minutes and just. I think I'm amongst lots of different tractors and dealerships, and we're talking about mental health, and then we'll go back to the industry. But I think that's drip feeding that message that we're here. We recognise that farming does need support every now and again, but then back to business. We're not trying to doom and gloom things up. We're just another resource that's here, and FCN and our amazing team of volunteers and staff, we're at all of the events, we're everywhere, and a lot of the auction marts where we know that a lot of people go. That's their social life, the older generation, and like you said, rural isolation. Everyone goes to the market.
I was literally about to say, Mark, because when I was a young lad, the market was the thing. It was the social event. Yeah. Everybody talked down everyone else's beasts, and it was all. And of course, there's a lot less of that happening now with stuff being sold online. And that's a is it regrettable or is it just a thing? That's just how the industry has moved. But there isn't quite that same sort of interaction sort of once a week or what have you.
It's really, it's sad to see. And like you said, a lot of our auction mats now are just drop off. So and COVID really did hammer that home, that the breakup of that social hub. But FCM, we've seen a real opportunity here to do socials, to get together, just chew the fat, talk about, like you said, prices of this, that and the other, about health and, when you're having your hip replacement and all of the things that farmers like to moan and groan about, but the beauty of conversation. So we've been doing a lot of yarn in a barn events out and about in the regions. To get people
Yarn in a barn, what a fantastic name.
And we've surrounded that in sort of positivity, but also touching upon some key topics within farming, whether that's succession, whether it might be looking at the new different farming schemes that are available, and different sort of things that farmers like to talk about. We can be quite an insular society, and we like to have a nosy around somebody's farm.
Certainly do, yes.
Exactly, it's all part and parcel, but really encouraging that.
It's really interesting though, because just as you were answering that, I've just been thinking about other things that have changed in the last, say, 30 years, because the vet was a point of continuity, and the same vet would go to farms and be around a smaller neighbourhood. That doesn't happen because of changes in the way that animal health is dealt with, and the vet just isn't that. Same with the salesman selling plant machinery, grain, feed, you name it, and all that's online. And there isn't quite one by one you're sort of pulling out sort of points of stability for the farmer who's on their own.
You're pulling out people and conversations and just general kind of, talking around the subject. And again, with agricultural bank managers, I know that there has been a real kind of breakdown there with everything, like I said, going digitally, that you're not going to go necessarily and talk about the dog or have a cup of tea, and the farmer's wife or husband may make a load of scones, and you go there for the day. It's like somebody's come to the farm and you've seen births, deaths and marriages and all of the trials and tribulations, and very much become part of the farming family. So yes, that is again somewhere that FCN can be that critical friend, or be somebody that's there that visits or makes a phone call, just to have that human contact, because we all need people. We all do really need each other.
We're tribal animals, aren't we? Right.
Absolutely.
So we love a herd. So tell me, a yarn in a barn, how do I find where one is near me?
Well, you need to be getting onto our social media platforms as well, and I'm going to also we have a great comms team, and they really do constantly push all of our events, and we have a team of regional support officers around the country that are organising these things with our volunteers. But yes, do have a look at our website and on all of the social media channels as well.
So Insta is clearly the place to...
LinkedIn, we're everywhere, and Facebook as well. But I really just wanted to point out something as well that we really are very, very positive about, which is our Farmwell platform. Now, it's an online resilience platform, whether that's business or personal, that's got resources on there of all sorts of different things, whether that be diversification or mental health or physical health, quitting smoking, all sorts of different information that's available free online, and that's the Farmwell platform.
Farmwell platform. Well, absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Georgia. That was really absolutely fascinating and a vital issue. We'll be back with the farming simulator after a short break. Stay tuned.
FBC Future Expo 25, co-located with LAMMA, is a beacon for the latest innovations in the horticulture industry, setting the stage for a greener, more sustainable future. Join us as we unveil cutting-edge technologies that are reshaping the way we grow, distribute and consume fresh produce. From advanced hydroponic systems to revolutionary biotech, FBC Future Expo 25 is the hub of modern agricultural advancement. But that's not all. FBC Future Expo will feature talks from key industry experts. These thought leaders will share insights on emerging trends, sustainability practices, and the future of food security. So whether you're a seasoned professional or new to the field, FBC Future Expo 25 is your gateway to the forefront of horticultural innovation. Be part of the conversation that's growing tomorrow's horticulture today. Join us on the 15th to 16th of January 25, and for more information go to fbcfuture.co.uk.
Moving vehicles are the most common cause of deaths on British farms. These incidents account for 30% of all deaths over the past 5 years. That's 48 avoidable tragedies that have destroyed families in our farming community. That's why we're asking farmers in England, Scotland and Wales to pause, take a moment and to be a safe driver. Being a safe driver costs nothing, but can prevent a tragedy. Take a moment to consider training, safe stop and visibility before using a vehicle or machinery on your farm to help make your farm a safer place. Farming vehicles and machines are complex. Training is vital to help keep everybody safe. And before using any vehicle on a farm, it's important you have been trained to use that specific vehicle safely. Would you leave your car without putting on the handbrake? To prevent serious injury if your vehicle moves due to the terrain or gradient, follow the simple safe stop routine before you get out or off the vehicle. Handbrake on, gears in neutral, engine switched off and the key removed. No matter what type of vehicle you're using on your farm, make yours a safe stop and use the handbrake every time you leave the vehicle. It's a more common cause of serious injury than you might think. Around 60% of fatal run-over incidents on British farms could have been prevented if a handbrake was used. It's a simple action that costs nothing, but, crucially, can save lives. With moving vehicles consistently being the highest cause of fatal injuries in farming, being a safe driver of those specialist vehicles is vital. Key to being a safe driver is visibility, whatever vehicle you are using. Whether it's an ATV, tractor, telehandler or farm equipment, put visibility and safety at the front of your mind every time you drive by doing the following. Ensuring mirrors and windows on your vehicle are clean so you can see what is around you. When manoeuvring your vehicle, take a moment to consider where the blind spots are, because those seconds could avoid a tragic incident and a lifetime of regret. It only takes a moment to be a safe driver and prevent harm on your farm. Make a conscious decision to always use the handbrake, clean your mirrors and windows, and taking a moment to think before manoeuvring a vehicle could very easily prevent a lifetime of regret. It's time for us all to make a change and help put a stop to the avoidable deaths and serious injuries on our farms. Whether your farm is large or small, make sure every vehicle movement is planned properly and make visibility on your farm a priority to protect you and everybody on the farm.
Welcome back. So Farming Simulator is a farming simulation video game series developed by Giant Software. The locations within the game are based on European and American environments, and players can farm, breed livestock, grow crops, sell assets created from farming, basically be farmers but from their sofa. The game features some of the biggest agricultural manufacturers in the world, many of whom we can see here at LAMMA 24. Farming Simulator has become a phenomenon both inside and outside the world of agriculture, And since the first release in 2008, the series has sold over 25 million copies combined and over 90 million mobile downloads. 90 million. For the first time on UK soil, the Farming Simulator team have brought their World Championships to these shores. Yes, you heard that correct, they're World Championships. We're very excited to be hosting the 5th season of their annual esports competition here at LAMMA 24. Teams are competing for a share of the €200,000 prize. €200,000. To discuss the video game and the competition, I'm joined in the studio by gaming royalty Wolfgang Ebert from Giant Software. Wolfgang, welcome.
Hello.
It is very nice to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Well, and what a great show we've got as well. So you're having fun?
Absolutely. It's great to be here. As you said, the first time in UK here, so we love it.
Well, so this is your big moment to tell us a little bit about Farming Simulator. What is it? How does it work?
You did a great summary in the beginning. So yeah, actually you are playing as a farmer and you have a complete freedom. We have many options in the game. So whatever you like it as a kind of more difficult approach or easy approach, it's really up to you. So to give you an example, if you don't like weeds, just turn them off in the options. If you don't like seasons, you can just turn them off.
Wouldn't it be nice if we could turn the weeds off for real?
Exactly. It is. So actually what we have in mind is to give a relaxed experience to the players. And this is what our players really like. So they become the role of a modern farmer. They build their farm, they manage their farm, go for livestock, go for different crops. They can even then build crops which they can't do here, like I've never seen cotton here in the UK, or grapes, for example, olives. Yeah, you can do what
our viticulture market is growing. Actually, we've grown grapes here for many years. I mean, the Romans grew grapes in the UK, and actually we've won quite a lot of prizes for Pinot Noir and Chardonnay type sort of champagne drinks recently, but that's a bit of...
I didn't know that.
No, well, there we go. So I get the game, but I'm not sure about the tournament. How does the tournament work?
Yeah, the tournament is a complete different thing. You know, while I described the game as a really relaxed, family-friendly experience, the tournament is a different game mode within Farming Simulator 22, which is about competition. So you have a team of 3 players, and they play against another team of 3 players. What do they have to do? Within a 10 minutes match, they have to first harvest, then press bales and deliver these bales to their barn. And only if the bales are delivered to the barn, they get points. And yeah, the one with the more points at the end will win the match.
And it's a time-bounded 10 minutes, quick game.
Exactly.
And is it a knockout? So I play you and you beat me and then you go through, or do we all...
We arrange here at LAMMA 24 a best of 3 tournament. So yeah, this is also why we don't know our timetable to 100%, because sometimes it's 2 matches, sometimes
just like
it's
real
3
farming
matches.
Then, yeah. So what attracted Giant Software and Farming Simulator to the UK? This is your first time, as you said. Why here? Why now?
Yeah, it's our first time. Actually, we are growing. If you think about Farming Simulator 19, the predecessor to our latest product, we sold less units. You know, now with the Farming Simulator 22, we are by far more than 4 million copies which we sold. So we are really expanding. And expanding also means we go to markets where we could even sell more. And this is UK, where we really see potential to get even more players in the future.
So the 90 million is a global figure, is it?
This is a global figure for mobile, correct,
wow.
Yes.
Okay.
And the other one is the figure that we sold more than 30 millions on boxed products for PC, PlayStation and Xbox.
Wow, and how many in UK? Do we know that, or is it?
I don't have any.
No, but you definitely see this as a real growth market.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wow. Okay. So the obvious question now is, how is the tournament going? How is the competition?
Everything runs smoothly. So we had 8 participants running from the tournament here in the morning, and yeah, tomorrow will be the final, and then we know who will get the prize pool of €15,000 for that specific tournament.
Wow.
And of course also ranking points, because everything is contributing to our overall season, and this is then the final World Championship later in the season.
So how many in the season, how many matches in the season do they have?
We think about 10 tournaments in total before the actual final World Championship will take place. And this is the 5th one.
This is the 5th?
Yeah.
Okay, so about halfway through the season. Do you have a clear favourite at the moment? Is there a team who...
there's a team which is sponsored by Helm. and they won the first 3 matches, which is already
so they're doing very
quite
good.
Yeah,
and are all the teams sponsored by different manufacturers?
Not all, but many. So we also see a team from Valtra, New Holland. We even have Trelleborg. So we have sponsored teams here, but also non-sponsored teams are participating. So in fact, it's open to everyone.
It's open to everyone. But within the game, presumably there are brands that are recognisable to us all, like New Holland, etc.
Yeah.
And do you and your sort of games designers sort of change that regularly as new kit and equipment, as we're seeing here, comes on? Or?
Absolutely. Whenever we have a new game release, we have to bring up new equipment. And also in between, we bring new packs. And those introduce also new machines, updated machines, but also new crops. For example, with the last premium pack, we also added vegetables into the game. So for the first time, you could now also harvest carrots, for example.
Carrots?
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Helps you see in the dark. But that's really cool. And so the remainder of the tournament, where are those other rounds? This is the 5th, so you've got 5 more. Where are they being held?
We have a mix between on-site and online tournaments. So next one will be an online tournament, and the other one are not determined yet. So yeah, we'll need to see.
That's cool. So you make sort of
So the last one was at Hanover, Agriconnect, and let's see what the future will bring.
So the idea is people can do this at home, of course. They can,
of course,
because
for
most of your players are exactly.
For an online tournament, it's all really digital, only online, and people can sit at home. Yeah.
I said you were gaming royalty. Tell us, you were telling me beforehand about the other games you've been involved with. So tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, my past history. Yeah, I worked on other really major brands from other publishers. Actually, yeah, nothing I want to talk here.
Nothing you want to talk about here? No,
nothing
fair
to
enough.
do with agriculture. Let's put it.
No, well, that's understandably. So I don't think there's been any other games. This is a complete one-off, isn't it? Are there any other games that have agriculture that I can't? This is
not to that aspect. So if you think about our game, we have more than 150 brands. We have hundreds of machines included, and no other product is really achieving such a level.
And is it all set in the current day, or is there a sort of historical version as well? Or is there...
We are, as the name says, it's farming simulator, so we are simulating the current world.
Fantastic.
So, of course, it's fictional settings. You introduced us with European and American maps. And but those are fictional maps within kind of given landscapes from Europe or America.
I understand. And in terms of, without sort of breaking any secrets, have you got any exciting new releases that are planned?
Yeah, we even have a game which is not released yet, which is on our show floor here at LAMMA.
Oh, wow.
It's Farming Simulator Kids. And this is actually a new one, our approach, adding to our whole universe, really for the small ones. So we are targeting about kids 5 to 8 years old. So those ones where the current game may be too complicated, and while we have a simulator, it's all realistic. And our Farming Simulator Kids is really with cartoonish graphics, very colorful and very adorable by kids.
And the idea being that they play that, and then of course they move into the
course.
And your demographic, that 90 million is, I assume, an incredibly diverse population of...
Yes, of course, mainly male.
Well, yes.
No surprise, I guess.
No surprise, I fear there. Yes. And are you seeing people who work in the real world in farming?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So whenever we have the chance, we do surveys and we ask our players, and you can say around about 25-30%. They have a connection to agriculture to some respect, whether they grow up on a farmyard or whether they work in the industry. So yeah, they have a connection somehow.
It's really interesting because we were talking earlier in the studio about AI and the massive change, the technological changes in farming, and there's a definite sense that farming is a much more sort of cutting edge technological industry than it was maybe 10 years ago, and actually having people who have the skill sets that your gamers clearly must have is an obvious recruiting field for farming.
Absolutely. And I think if someone actually plays our game first, and also you have different control methods. So you have a kind of traditional standard controller, but there are also kind of SSOs which you can buy, which we also exhibit here at the LAMMA show floor. and you have this kind of steering wheel then, and even a joystick. And if you experience that and are good at that, I'm pretty sure you are already comfortable to drive the real thing.
That's well. I mean, a lot of the F1 drivers, of course, all practice on Xbox or what have you. So I imagine it's no different from that. Yeah. I mean, absolutely fascinating.
And it's fun.
Yeah, it's great fun. So, where is the gaming lounge here today? Where is the competition?
Hall 11.
It's Hall 11.
Hall 11.
Well, I'm definitely going to come down and have a look. And I really appreciate you taking the time to stop by and see us. Wolfgang Ebert, absolutely fascinating. Thank you. Hall 11 is where the simulator is. Live TV, so bear with me. But you can have a look at that tournament taking place here both today and tomorrow. And we're now going to see a little bit about the farming simulator live on the next clip.
Ooh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really good. You're excellent. Thank you. So we are here with Olivia Midgley. Olivia's going to tell us what to expect from the low carbon agricultural show, Ag Show, that's taking place on the 6th and 7th of March this year at Stoneleigh in Warwickshire. And we're going to have a conversation around low carbon ag, which is of course the UK's only conference and exhibition focused solely on low carbon, sustainable and net zero farming. And land management issues for a profitable and sustaining farming future. The four main themes include energy, farm technology, low emissions vehicles and environmental business. Given that the UK is committed to achieving net zero greenhouse gases emissions by 2050, our sector, the agricultural sector, is uniquely placed to be part of the solution. Thousands of farmers, farm managers, farm consultants, estate and land managers and more flock to low carbon agriculture to find suppliers who can help them take advantage of the drive to green. Olivia, a very good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thanks, Cliff. How are you doing?
I'm all right, actually. Do you like the show?
It's great to be here.
Wow.
It's packed, which is always good. 35,000
people, we think.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Exhibitors seem happy, so excellent. Yeah.
Well, that's great.
Good start.
Yeah. Always a bit early to say, isn't it? It's the old joke about a man jumps out of a 10-storey building. So far, so good, he says, as he passes the 3rd story. So.
I mean, that's quite dark, but...
So, low carbon ag, really interesting show. We're going to talk a little bit about that if we can. You know, some key things that the UK are committed to, as in the intro, net zero greenhouse gas. How can UK farmers really meet those really quite stringent targets?
Well, as you've just said, that the targets to be net zero by 2050 is a national target now. Farming has set its own target of net zero by 2040, which has been led by the NFU. It's something that's here now. The industry is working towards net zero, not only just net zero carbon, but also just lowering that carbon footprint. It's something that we're seeing coming into contracts with suppliers. The supply chain wants farming businesses to lower carbon, to become greener, as you said in your intro. and obviously there's incentives to do that. But it's here, it's happening. Businesses are already making great headway in doing that, but there's still quite a long way to go. You've got such a breadth of businesses, you know, some who are kind of just starting out on that journey, others who are already net zero. So it's something that the industry is really striving for, and obviously some businesses are there closer than others.
No, I get that, and being driven by the supply chain, I think, is critical. You know, one of the key frictions is the ban on petrol and diesel in 2035 or whenever that is. That's not that far away, and you know, we look around us and there's not a lot of EVs here. So how does that particular hurdle get cleared?
Yeah, I think it's a huge question. It's one that we're just not there yet. You'll see there's so much technology and innovation in the sector, and farm businesses are really at the forefront of that. But like you say, there's still a long way to go in terms of getting the infrastructure set up. The cost of this kit as well is quite prohibitive to some businesses. So you're talking, you know, really big capital investments. However, if there is some support to get businesses there, then obviously that's something that, you know, we're hoping to do with Low Carbon Agriculture Show, is to, you know, give people all that information, get all the experts there under one roof, so that, you know, businesses can then look at what options are available to them at the cost price that's accessible to them.
You're right, there is still a bit of a stigma though with people think this is going to cost them a lot of money. And you know, we're in a room surrounded by exquisitely expensive bits of kit, and the thought of stuff being even more expensive, I think, is probably what worries people. Is there support available, such as funding opportunities and grants?
Yeah, so as you'll have probably heard already today, that, you know, farming is faced with probably the biggest changes to policy since wartime, since the Second World War, of course. And you know, that comes at a time when there's massive pressure on businesses to invest in greener things like alternative fuels and vehicles and green practices, but that costs money. That's also coming at the time when the government is reducing direct support to farmers. So businesses are in this really strange, quite difficult time where they're considering the future and seeing, you know, we need to invest, but where is that investment coming from? So as you've just said, there are grants available. There's various different funding streams that are available to farming businesses. I think what Low Carbon Agriculture Show is going to do is bring a lot of these experts under one roof, so that you can look at what grants are available to your business, because it's one of the biggest topics at Farmers Guardian that we see at the moment. You know, so people want to know, and it's, you know, it's tricky to find out where to get this information.
This isn't going away; it is happening, and you know, farmers need to come to the show and speak to the experts. Is what I'm hearing.
I think to have such a range of experts under one roof, where you can talk about transport, you know, vehicles, fuel. You can talk about regenerative farming. You know, I've just been in a session looking at carbon credits and how you can sell your farm's carbon credits. You know, this stuff is here. It's quite accessible, but I appreciate that it can be a bit of a minefield. So I think to get a load of experts under one roof over 2 days at Stoneleigh, hopefully, when farmers leave the show, they can come away feeling really informed and quite comfortable that they've got all the information that they need.
And is it possible that a low carbon approach to farming actually might make farmers more profitable in the future?
I think there is, it's absolutely right that the two go hand in hand, and that actually greener practices do mean positive things for the bottom line of the business. You know, we are seeing it already, cutting things like fertiliser use, fuel use. Obviously, fuel, fertiliser, agriculture inflation is sky high. It's still stubbornly high at the moment. So anything you can do to lower those input costs obviously has a really beneficial impact on the bottom line.
And balancing increased and sustainable food production with environmental and energy needs, as you just touched on, that's critical to farming full stop rather than just low carbon farming?
I think all this stuff that we're talking about and all the conversations that we're hearing at LAMMA as well is that it's about shoring up agriculture for the future. This is about making sure that the industry is in a really good position so that it can prosper in future, and for all the brilliant people who work within it as well. So it's a really positive thing, and it's just great to be involved in that and leading the way on it.
Leading the way indeed. So give me the dates again for the low carbon
So
Expo.
it's the 6th and 7th of March, and it's at Stoneleigh in Warwickshire, which is the National Conference and Exhibition Centre, which is in Stoneleigh.
So people can go online and get tickets.
It's all there. It's free to register. So please do join us.
Yeah, definitely. Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Olivia. I really appreciate you coming in and joining us today here on Agriconnect TV. Really interesting, and I strongly recommend you get down to Stoneleigh. So what a fantastic day here at LAMMA 24 at a packed NEC. We certainly hope you've enjoyed yourselves watching us. We've certainly enjoyed bringing our wonderful guests to you, and just like to thank all those who've been on the show and those who've been watching at home for what is coming to the end of day one here at LAMMA. But it's not too late for you to come down tomorrow for day two. Still register for a free ticket at lammashow.com. The show will be open from 8:30 in the morning until 4:30, and there'll be plenty of action to come from the demo and career zones, the LAMMA Live seminar sessions that we were hearing about earlier, and don't forget the final of that farming simulator tournament. Over 600 exhibitors we've got here, and those 11 halls are pretty well packed, so you can get your fill of farming machinery, equipment and everything in between. If unfortunately you can't make it in person, we here will be back live at 10 a.m. on lammashow.com or on the YouTube channel, and we'll be chatting to some of those LAMMA Innovation Award winners, which is really exciting, and a sneak peek at a new exciting machine from Massey Ferguson, and two LAMMA Live sessions, one chaired by Toby Watley and the other by our friend Olivia, who's back again tomorrow talking about mental health. So join me again from 10 a.m. tomorrow. Goodbye from now, and have a great rest of the afternoon.
you.